Anti-Corruption Day. Recognize the presence of Dr. Abdullahi Bello, our able chairman for Code of Conduct Bori, the chairman of ICPC, ably represented here by our good friend Godwin Bashiru, our sister Zehatu, the head of office, Bread for the World, here in Abuja, our partner, Juliet Ibekaku, ably represented by my very good sister, the national, the co-coordinator of OGP, and at the same time, the deputy director for African Center for Governance, Asset Recovery, and Sustainable Development. Our board members, Comrade Winter and Professor, our friends, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, representatives of government institutions, our partners from civil society, the youth, media, development partners, and most importantly, our young people gathered here today. Good morning and welcome to the 2025 International Anti-Corruption Day Public Dialogue. On behalf of African Network for Environment and Economic Justice, ANEEJ, and our board member, I am delighted to welcome you all to this important gathering. Each year, this global day calls the world to reflect on the devastating impact of corruption on development, public trust, human rights, and national prosperity. But this year's celebration bears a unique significance for us in Nigeria, coming at a time when the country is striving to consolidate the gains from major reforms in asset recovery, beneficial ownership transparency, anti-money laundering, and citizen accountability. Today's event is made possible through two major programs implemented by ANEEJ and our partners. The Nigerian Illicit Finance Resilience Project, which we co-implement by African Center for Good Governance, Asset Recovery, and Sustainable Development, supported by the Foreign, Commonwealth, and Development Office, FCDO, ably represented here by my big sister, Nkem Uzo. Continue to strengthen the capacity of Nigerian institutions and civil societies to address illicit financial flows, improve asset recovery systems, and enhance accountability in the use of recovered assets. In parallel, our project titled Tackling Poverty Through Livelihood Support, Advocacy for Social Protection, Climate Justice, and Anti-Corruption, supported by Bread for the World, Germany, has deepened the citizens' engagement, strengthened youth leadership, advanced the measures between anti-corruption, social protection, and climate justice. This year's theme, Uniting with Youth Against Corruption, Shaping Tomorrow's Integrity, speaks directly to the heart of our mission. Nigerians' youth represent creativity, energy, innovation, and collective moral conscience of our society. When empowered with the right tools, knowledge, and platforms, and young people can challenge corruption at all levels, inspire social movement, demand accountability, and reshape governance system for the better. Indeed, the future integrity of our country will be determined by the courage and value of young people sitting in this room. The objective of today's dialogue reflects our shared ambition. First, we aim to enhance youth understanding of the drivers and impact of corruption and illicit financial flows, because meaningful action begins with knowledge. Second, we intend to create a platform for engagement between young people and key stakeholders, including government institutions, development agencies, the private sector, and civil society. Young people must be part of the national conversation, not spectators on the sidelines. Third, we seek to strengthen partnerships that will sustain youth-led anti-corruption efforts long after this event is over. As we reflect on the progress Nigeria has made and the challenges that remain, it has become clear that no government can fight corruption alone. The fight must be collective, grounded in civic responsibility, sustained advocacy, and unshakable commitment to justice. Our work at ANEEJ shows that when citizens, institutions, and young people unite, corruption can be challenged, and public resources can be protected for the benefit of all. I wish to express our profound appreciation to FCDO and Bread for the World for their unwavering support, partnership, and investment in Nigeria's anti-corruption architecture. I also extend our gratitude to our friends, governments, officials, MDAs, CCB, ICPC, and other key government institutions for their collaboration, which is essential for meaningful progress. To our young people, I encourage you to take ownership of this moment. Ask bold questions, demand accountability, offer new ideas, challenge the status quo, ignore limitation. This dialogue belongs to you, and the future you shape will define the direction of our country. Thank you for honoring our invitation. And again, I want to thank our guest speaker, Comrade John. Today, we are not surprised that he's wearing the red cap. The hat is also a symbol of how we tackle this youth challenge. I welcome you once again to this important gathering, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring time. God bless.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together as we appreciate the remarks from our host, the Executive Director. Thank you, sir. Riding on that very moving remark, I would like to... Are we ready for the speaker online? Because of time zone challenge, we want to very quickly take a goodwill remark from one of our partners from Bread for the World. Begma Urike is been online for the past 1 hour. So please bring him on for his goodwill remark.
Good morning. Can you hear me? All right, I hope you can hear me and I can start my note.
Yes, we online can hear you.
Very good. Can you hear me in the room? Can you give me a sign?
We'll invite our partner from FCDO, Nkem Uzo, to please give her goodwill remark. Thank you very much. We can do better. You know, it's a good walk to the stage, so.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Because I can't hear myself.
Speak to it.
Can you hear me? Great. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, standing on existing protocols. I'm honored to join you today on behalf of the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office as we celebrate and mark the International Anti-Corruption Day 2025. This year's theme, Uniting with Youth Against Corruption, Shaping Tomorrow's Integrity, is truly inspiring. This underscores a critical truth. Tackling corruption requires collective action, with young people playing a central role. This is not only because of the unique energy and perspective that youth bring to the addressing of corruption in a digital age, but also because young people are among those who are most affected by the consequences of corruption. The UK is proud to stand alongside Nigeria's vibrant youth in marking this important occasion. Our partnership with Nigeria spans key areas such as addressing illicit financial flows, strengthening asset recovery mechanisms, and promoting transparency and accountability within governance institutions. Working with partners like ANEEJ is vital to these efforts. It reflects our shared commitment to integrity and good governance for the benefit of the Nigerian people, especially the youth. As we join colleagues and friends around the world in observing this day, let us reaffirm our shared results to unite across generations, sectors, and borders to ensure that corruption has no place in shaping our future. Ultimately, we hope young people will act as champions of integrity in their communities, in their respective spaces, to demand accountability from leaders, and harness technology and creativity to expose and prevent corruption. Together, we can build a future anchored on trust, fairness, and thank you to ANEEJ and its partners for organizing this event and for the invitation. I wish you a productive and impactful gathering here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. Can we have Beckman now?
Good morning again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, so if you can hear me, I can start, yeah?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, dear honorable representatives of the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished partners, civil society, media representatives, and especially good morning to the youth joining this dialogue today. I bring you warm greetings from Bread for the World, or Brot für die Welt in Germany, and it is my honor to convey our goodwill message on this significant occasion of the 2025 International Anti-Corruption Day. We are honored to support the African Network for Environment and Economic Justice, or ANEEJ, and its partners in advancing the fight against corruption, strengthening transparency, and promoting social justice in Nigeria. Today's theme is Uniting with Youth Against Corruption, Shaping Tomorrow's Integrity. This theme resonates strongly with our shared vision. Young people hold the power to transform societies and to challenge structures that allow corruption, poverty, and exclusion to persist. However, when equipped with skills, with knowledge, and with platforms for engagement, the youth can become powerful catalysts for accountability and positive change. Bread for the World is proud to support ANEEJ's ongoing work through the project Tackling Poverty through Livelihood Support, Advocacy for Social Protection, Climate Justice, and Anti-Corruption. This initiative reflects our long-standing commitment to human dignity, good governance, and the empowerment of community, especially young people who will shape our future. These named issues unite us across continents. We believe it is important that we work together on these in Germany, in Nigeria, and elsewhere, because this is a prerequisite for global sustainable development. And combating corruption is a key task in that regard. We commend Nigeria's progress in strengthening anti-corruption reforms, and we encourage all stakeholders to continue working collaboratively to ensure that transparency, justice, and the rule of law are upheld. The fight against corruption is difficult, but it is essential for building a fair and inclusive society where public resources serve public good. To the youth who are gathered today, I'd like to say, your voices matter, your leadership matters, and your integrity matters. You are not only beneficiaries of Nigeria's future, you are co-creators of that future. We encourage you to take this platform seriously, to engage actively, and to commit to becoming champions of integrity and accountability in your communities. On behalf of Bread for the World, we celebrate the partnership that we share with ANEEJ, and we reaffirm our commitment to supporting anti-corruption efforts that uplift communities and promote social justice. We wish you a successful and an impactful dialogue today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you can hear, the room is thundering with applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, are you there?
Thank you very much. Very distinguished guests, representatives of government institutions, civil society organizations, and most importantly, our vibrant young people gathered here today. Good morning. It is an honor to join you at this year's International Anti-Corruption Day, a day that reminds us not only of the scale of corruption globally, but more importantly, of our shared responsibility to confront it with Uniting with Youth Against Corruption, Shaping Tomorrow's Integrity is both timely and urgent. The African Center for Governance, Asset Recovery, and Sustainable Development firmly believes that youth are not merely beneficiaries of reforms. They are indispensable partners and the driving force of sustainable change. Bringing this back home, the costs of corruption and illicit financial flows are painfully visible, as you can all attest to. Poorly constructed schools, schools without textbooks or learning aids, and lecturers that are underpaid. Additionally, around us, we have a broken health sector, hospitals without medicine, and communities denied investments that could transform livelihoods. But while these losses are structural, the remedy is profoundly human. It lies in leadership, integrity, and collective civil will. And there is no stronger reservoir of that will than in our youth. In the past months, the African Center has deepened its engagement with young people. One of the most significant engagements was our sensitization visit to the Nigerian Law School, where we spoke with aspiring lawyers about the ethical obligation of the legal profession, the reality of anti-money laundering and countering financing of terrorism obligations, and the role lawyers play in either facilitating or preventing illicit financial flows. And that goes to several other professions. In those conversations, we emphasized three interconnected truths. First, that knowledge without ethical grounding is a liability. Second, that the early professional formation
that you receive is a unique opportunity to embed integrity as a non-negotiable standard. And thirdly, that encouraging future professionals to see themselves as guardians of public trust will change how justice is delivered in this country. The engagement was lively, with about 3 uncles joining virtually from Buhari and over 1,500 attendees. Thoughtful and hopeful. We invest in the integrity of our institutions for decades to come. We're also working to strengthen the institutions responsible for investigating, prosecuting, and recovering illicit assets. These programs, alongside our partner ANEEJ, are designed to translate legislative reform into operational capacity, giving investigators, prosecutors, and asset management officials the technical tools to trace complex financial flows, preserve evidence, and manage recovered assets in ways that are transparent, accountable, and oriented to public benefit. Why does this dual approach, youth engagement plus institutional strengthening, matter? Because fighting corruption requires both people and systems. Laws like the Proceeds of Crime Act 2022 provide the scaffolding, but empowered ethical professionals and well-trained institutions are the hands that will build it. Likewise, young professionals such as yourself in the room and well-trained institutions are the hands that will build. You will provide the civic pressure and the innovation to keep institutions accountable. And that is something we look forward to supporting you on. We're also working at the national, regional, and international level to foster a better understanding of the effects of transnational organized crime, illicit financial flows, money laundering, and terrorism financing, and how to use the proceeds of crime to restore justice to victims of crime and corruption. None of this work would be possible without partnership and sustained support. I want to acknowledge with deep gratitude the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office for funding our programs. This partnership through ANEEJ has allowed us to translate policy into practice, to build sustainable national capacity, and to expand Nigeria's leadership role in the global fight against corruption. These are not distant ideals, rather, they are practical steps that can be optimized, scaled, and measured. And they are the kind of outcomes that we will be taking with us to the UNCTAD Conference of State Parties 11th meeting in Doha next week, ensuring that Nigeria's voice at the international table reflects lived practices at home. To the young people here, your energy, curiosity, and courage are our greatest assets. You are the students who will reclaim the private and public sector, the captains of industry who will insist on accountability, and the activists who will keep institutions honest and transparent. We beg you, do not defer integrity to a future you, embody it now. Speak up when norms are eroded, hold your peers to account, and take up opportunities to learn the technicalities of good governance, including anti-money laundering, countering financing of terrorism, and asset recovery. Those skills are not dry. They are powerful tools for justice. To our partners, governments, civil society, and donor agencies, let us take a practical collaborative approach. Let us commit to measurable targets, transparent reporting, and shared responsibility for outcomes. In closing, today's International Anti-Corruption Day is more than a date on the calendar. It is a call to sustained action. If we are serious about transforming Nigeria's future, we must combine the energy of youth with durable institutional reforms, training that sticks, laws that are enforced, and recovered assets that are transparently repurposed for development. That is how we will shape tomorrow's integrity. Let us work together, boldly and faithfully, until corruption is no longer a barrier to the prosperity that our people deserve. God bless you all. And this is the message from Juliet Ibika, Executive Director.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate this powerful message. And
I'm trusting the young people in the room are listening and making notes and will take action. Because it's not a day on the calendar. Thank you. I borrowed that phrase. It's not just a day on the calendar. It is indeed a day for resolving to take action. Let's very quickly move to the next goodwill message from esteemed government partners that are in the room. First, we'll invite the chairman of ICPC, ably represented by Mr. Godwin Basheru, for his goodwill remark. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome him to the podium.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. I want to believe that standing on the existing protocol that we've already established, but I still have to appreciate ANEEJ for this opportunity and this program which they have organized on a very noble date like this one for us in the anti-graft space. December 9th is always a day that all of us unite together to reaffirm our global stance against corruption. Now, I'm standing here on behalf of the chairman, and I want the press to please take note that before I left the office, what I put in for the chairman to approve, I didn't get it back. So please, you may want to be kind when you want to quote me, please, so that it will not be as if I'm saying things that chairman didn't really approve. But what I've done simply, even before it went to the chairman, is to take what we already have in the public space that speaks about IFF, sorry. That's the illicit financial flows. If you go to the ICPC website, icpc.gov.ng, there is a space there that strictly talks about IFF. And I'm saying this because most of the youths that are here may not really understand what illicit financial flows is all about. But when you go to our website, just click on search, click on illicit financial flows. It will explain to you in simple terms what IFFs are all about. So what I'm going to be saying, just tally a little with that. Then of course, we'll see how we can bring the youth into that space too. It's not a very technical term like that, as you think. Illicit is just something that is illegal, you know. Then financial flows mostly from out of our shores or from inside here, it goes out through some kind of crooked ways. And that is what makes it an act of corruption. Now, this is one of the biggest threats. In fact, amongst most of the forms of corruption that we have, I think this one is one that forms the biggest threat, because the kind of monies that go out of our country each year due to illicit financial flows is so high. It has been estimated to be about $20 billion per annum. You can imagine what that kind of money can do to our country in a year. How much of that can be able to solve some of our basic problems in terms of infrastructure, in terms of even social services that we need to uplift people out of poverty. So that is why in the anti-corruption space, ICPC and other anti-graft agencies don't take this for granted at all. We are looking at IFFs with all the seriousness that it deserves. And that is why the ICPC is the agency that was the secretariat for Interagency Committee for Stopping the IFFs. We've been the ones that have been coordinating in collaboration, of course, with our sister agencies, EFCC, ICPC, under anti-graft agencies, CCB, NDLEA, and the likes. Now, we sit together, analyze most of these trends. Recently, the Commission was in talks with NITDA, that's the Information Technology Development Authority to talk about how can we get homegrown technology that will help us fight these illicit financial flows. And it's a work in progress. ICPC has conducted sister study and reviews in most of our extractive industries, especially the oil and gas sector, to see what is it in that industry that is making some funds just move out of here and go to another place without us really benefiting from it. Because mostly you notice that some of the foreign investors we have, they bring in, yes, they say they bring in monies, but sometimes it's not necessarily their own money that they bring in. Sometimes they borrow monies from where they are coming from, bring it here and invest it. So they will find crooked ways of sending back those monies to their place and then avoid some legal things they are supposed to do here, like tax, so that they will be able to service the debt there. And then we wouldn't know, so we'll be losing a lot through those activities. And that is why you see that it culminates into a very large sum at the end of the year. So ICPC has done system study in most of these organizations, and we are hoping that in the near future, all those activities come together, will be able to help the country reduce the illicit financial flows. Now, ICPC is also collaborating with the FIRS, which with the new tax law will soon become the Nigerian Revenue Service, because most of the IFFs are from tax evasion. Now, we are looking at ways through which we can be, anytime we receive petitions and it involves companies, we profile the companies to ensure that whatever it is that is due to government, they are fully paid it. So if we find out, maybe if what was brought to us was a different offense, but in the course of profiling the companies that had dealings with whoever brought the petition or whoever is alleged to have committed an offense, that will also cause us to bring up an additional charge on that particular company or person to ensure that just monies that are meant for Nigeria's development are not illegally diverted and taken out to somewhere else, which will not help us progress as a country. Now, the youth, there is no way any anti-graft agency, ICPC, FCC, CCB, whoever, there is no way we can achieve what we want to achieve without the involvement of the youth. Because since we're little, we have been hearing that the youth are the leaders of tomorrow. Well, you are the leaders of now. That's just the simple truth. That tomorrow is already here. And if you don't begin to take actions about issues like this that will help the country move forward, you have to be involved. You have to be involved. You have so much talent, so much energy. There is so much space here that you can be able to involve yourself in through tech solutions, digital innovation, digital activism. You have your phones with you, you have data. What do you do most of the time with it? Is it only to be going on TikTok, Facebook, and what have you? Now, it's not bad to even go there, but what exactly do you put out? What are some of the things that you stand for? What values do you hold so strongly? How proud are you of Nigeria, and what are you willing to sacrifice selflessly to ensure that the Nigeria that you dream about, or that place that you feel is better than here, can you do something or contribute to make sure that Nigeria also gets there, so that even if you don't get to benefit, your own children will get to benefit? We are already passing the stage. I'm sorry, I look at my daughter sometimes, I pity her, frankly speaking, because I feel like I'm passing through a generation that has not been able to do the much needed thing we're supposed to do to help them enjoy the kind of country that we want to see. But by God's grace, we will keep doing what we are supposed to do to ensure that Nigeria gets better. But I'm talking to you now that everything lies in your hands. The baton has been already handed over to you. What you do with it is what will make Nigeria better or worse. When you sit down and see things happening and you don't engage, you don't involve yourselves in it, you don't ask questions, you don't demand for accountability lawfully, then frankly speaking, at the end of the day, whatever comes, you don't have anyone else to blame. So on this note, I want to sincerely thank ANEEJ, the organizers, and everyone else for the honor and for inviting us to speak to the youth. And ICPC's doors are always open. We have so many initiatives for youth, and we will continue to work with the youth to make sure that the Nigeria of our dreams becomes a reality. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much for this powerful message. And our message to the chairman is that we do not take his presence at this event for granted. We deeply appreciate his message to us, and we look forward to more collaborations. Thank you very much. The moment we have been waiting for, all that has been said will still not amount to this event being declared open. All the goodwill, all the remarks still means we have not declared this event open, because the one to do that has not given his goodwill. So please put your hands together as I invite the chairman of the Code of Conduct Bureau, CCB, Dr. Abdullah Ibello, for his goodwill remarks and to please declare this International Anti-Corruption Day 2025 open.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. It's really a very interesting event. This week has been very good for anti-corruption efforts. I'm supposed to be in another event, but because of the importance I attach to the youth, that's why I decided to come here, because I want to talk to you. You are the future of Nigeria. So that's why I'm here. Today's theme, uniting with the youth against corruption, shaping tomorrow's integrity, is timely. Nigeria's integrity is being shaped by the choices of young Nigerians today. The Code of Conduct Bureau is the custodian of public service integrity in Nigeria. Our core mandate is to establish and enforce standard of conduct for all public officers in Nigeria. We receive and verify asset declarations of all public servants. So if public servants become a public servant, we have to declare their assets, and then we verify those assets. Also prevent conflict of interest and corruption in governance. But then we are moving into the digital age ourselves, because we have launched an online portal where public servants can go and learn the codes. So all public servants and even citizens of Nigeria can go to the portal and learn what are the codes, what are the code of conduct for public servants. We are also trying to develop an online asset declaration system where public servants can go and declare the asset online, and then we are going to verify it. The reason why I'm saying this is that the youth in Nigeria now are all digitally inclined. So these are some of the things we are also doing to make sure that we're in line with what is happening in the world. My message to you, the youth, is that you have to refuse to take bribe, no matter how small the amount is. This is very, very important. You also need to speak up when you see wrong, even if your voice shakes. You also need to develop and demand public officers to live by the codes and also declare their assets honestly. You also need to live your lives with integrity and honesty, because personal character remains the strongest weapon against corruption. But let me tell you that you are not alone in all this. The Code of Conduct Bureau, the FCC, the ICPC, the civil society, and all responsible elders are with you. We are ready to work with you to protect you and to amplify your voices. As we live today, let us carry this resolve. The Nigeria our channel we inherit will be built in truth and justice, and the courageous choices of our youth today. On behalf of Code of Conduct Bureau, I congratulate the organizers for this brilliant initiative. May today's dialogue become tomorrow's action and birth the corruption-free Nigeria we all deserve. Thank you very much. I now declare the hearing open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we have an event going. The records will show that the 2025 International Anti-Corruption Day in Nigeria happened. I'm sure there are many other activities to mark this day. The one that is happening in the heart of Abuja, in Rugby Royale, is that which is being put together by ANEEJ with the good support of Great for the World, FCDO, ICPC, Code of Conduct. So let's put our hands together for making it history. At this point, I want to invite the Executive Director to move with the high table to the area with a lot of balloons for a group photograph. And then we will gradually usher ourselves to join them in the round of photographs. So, sir, the photographers, please move to the back. They will take a picture, and then the board members and senior management of ANEEJ will join, and then the students will join, and then the youth will join, and then the civil society will join, and of course, the media will join. Very quickly, can we have like 8 seats there? Yeah, 8. Yes. If I were the ED, I would sandwich myself between ICPC and CCB. Can we have the board members of ANEEJ and staff of ANEEJ, please join the picture? Innocent, Uthman, Mary, Sandra, Assurance, Dominique. Head of office, Break for the World, please. Can you join? The heart of pages. The students in the room, please make your way to join the photograph. All the students in the room, join us. Yeah. No, you sit. The students are joining you. The students in the room, please come join the picture. The young people. All the young people in the room, please come join this picture. They are already in the picture. Aspiring young people. Thank you very much. Sorry. And then the civil society members in the room, after this batch of photographs, we will join. Yes, there is space for content. Please, there is space for content. Yeah, even behind that. Thank you. Thank you very much. You got that? Thank you. So the civil society, members of civil society in the room, please let's have a photograph with the. And then only those with the anti-corruption day t-shirt can take another photograph. Only those with the shirt. Members of civil society, this is our shot. I would have called media, but media is the one taking photographs, so sorry. Members of civil society. Only those with the anti-corruption t-shirts. If you are not adorned in the t-shirts, this is not for you. Only those with the t-shirt. Thank you very much. Media, you will find a way of photoshopping yourselves in that picture. So the executive director would lead the high members of the high table to have their seat. Please don't return to your seat. Please. Let's wait for the tea break. Sir, please, let's have water. Leave them to have water. Please, this way. Sir, this way.
Oh, let me check the program.
Remove the seat so that those who want to make videos and photo personal pictures, you can also make your personal picture at this point, your personal videos, and then the hashtags are there. Do well to use them. Make your personal pictures. Make your personal pictures and short videos, and when you post them, do well to tag ANEEJ. Please, see. Handout. Please, yeah, start from that.
I don't work with I think
No, it's not even working with Bluetooth. The great people have to connection so that it will be louder. I was keeping everything. So I had to disconnect because when I know Rico was not talking to the same thing, no, I had to disconnect. Because my plan before was to hold the mic.
I would have better.
That would have been. They said no that the Bluetooth and the Bluetooth is far. So that's what was breaking. But everything, other than that.
the keynote address for the 2025 International Anti-Corruption Day is to be delivered by Comrade John Onyeku. My mother is Onyeku. Please keep. Thank you very much. I think loud because his name sounds very Nigerian. He struggles with most Nigerian names, especially the second one. He just finds a way. So we need to give you some lesson on how to pronounce Nigerian names. Yes. So that there will be peace. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, youth of thought, because we are all not about leaders of thought, we are youths of thought. To be here to want to listen to all this and not prefer to do TikTok and whatever else young people do, or to see what's trending or who we're going to throw, it's very important. Development partners and most importantly, everybody that is online, that is in the room, it is a privilege for me to stand before you. I accepted this invitation not just procedurally. I thought about it because of recent. I have done quite a number of thought leadership. I have contributed a number of thought leadership on issues around governance in Nigeria. It has an ethical obligation. Both of our major faith traditions teach that those giving knowledge, influence, or opportunity happening to them. It's corruption. It's corruption that is doing it. It's not Nigeria. I know that all of us love our country, but we just don't love how certain things are going. And that is what is happening. So your mental health, each time you complain about your mental health, when we were growing up, we didn't know what was mental health. But each time you talk about your mental health and all of that, is that the society have not been able to speak to you or to listen to you the way you want to be listened to. If Nigeria's future is a long-distance relay, today's touch is firmly in the hands of our young people, yet that touch is being dimmed by illicit finance, by institutional corruption, and profound governance deficits. I believe that ANEEJ and AUSC chose this team deliberately because youth integrity and illicit finance form the tripod upon which Nigeria's collective future will stand or fall. I ask you all to go with me on this journey. To understand this conversation, we must begin with the state of our nation. Globally, we are witnessing a crisis of trust. The 2025 Eldman Trust Barometer shows a sustained collapse of confidence in public institutions across much of the developing world. But in Africa and in Nigeria in particular, the erosion has been sharper, deeper, and more destabilizing. Most of our young people don't trust the system. And because we don't trust the system, we don't believe that the system can respond to our need. While sitting down there, it just occurred to me to look at some data. Do we know that if you look at the national youth policy, we have about 80 million young Nigerians. But if you then look at other data sets, we have 124 million young Nigerians. Hold that figure. In 2019,
only 28.6 million people voted. Everything. 28.6 million voted, which is about 34% of 84 million total registered voters. Which means if we just have only young people, 50% or 40% of them alone coming out to vote, they will determine the destiny of this country. Rather than Jakpa or Sakpa or whichever Jakpada, here's some Fulani Jakpada, you can determine the future of Nigeria. That was 2019. In 2023, we had 93 million registered voters. But remember, we have the lowest you can is 80 million, but about 124 million young people. And when I say young people, I'm talking about people between age 18 and 35 years. Still very young. So we had 93 million registered voters in 2023. We only had 24.9 million. Despite all the razzmatazz, all the social media that happened in 2023, only 24.9 million people voted, which is about 26.7% voter turnout. And when you realize that the core population of this 80 million is made up of millennials and Gen Zs, I'm sure most of us in this room are millennials. I mean, I'm not a Gen Z because I have Gen Z that teach me to be Gen Z. You have to think like Gen Z, otherwise you are so old school. So I'm sure in this room, we have mostly Gen Zs and millennials, and they are the really make up the majority of Nigeria's population. So why should we not be able to change things? I don't know, but maybe it's trust. They don't trust the system. I was speaking to a room of older generation, and I told them that the older generation, the baby boomers, and the Gen X's are very emotive and performative. Every time we just say, oh, let it pass, very religious. Let it pass. It doesn't, oh, this person is going through a lot. Forget now. Oh, don't you know he lost somebody? That's why he cannot do the work he's supposed to do, and we forget it. But Gen Zs would not accept that. And for those who want to reform Nigeria, except we start the reform process now and start laying the framework for that reform, trust me, when Gen Zs get into the steering, when they fully take over the steering, they will do the reform their own way. They're not going to look at, if you are not useful to them, they're not going to say because you are human, then you should do what you can't do. Nigeria it is very difficult for us in most cases to look at those things and think that Gen Zs can't do anything. So you see the power in the room. We'll go with those as we continue. Our governance challenges are not theoretical. They are lived. Daily experience is shaping the opportunities of 220 million people. People see that figure, by the way. 80% of Nigeria's GDP is lost annually to corruption and leakages based on modeling used by NEIT and UNODC. Between $15 and $18 billion escapes through illicit financial flows every year, a figure large enough to fund both our education and health budget with room to spare. Listen to that figure, between 15 and $18 billion, not naira. 70% of Nigerian youth, according to the World Bank's 2024 survey, believe corruption, not lack of competence, is their biggest barrier to advancement. So young people feel, I didn't get the job because nobody spoke for me. I didn't get the job because my father refused to talk to somebody. That person got the job because their uncle was in a position. But then it is the system that has gotten it to that way. Because young people are doing more exams, they are aspiring more, but again and again, we don't have enough opportunities to accommodate our burgeoning population. So it becomes more and more difficult for young people to get into career, first steps of career, and to grow their career. And so many think that it's not because I'm not competent. It's because the system is corrupt. The system has denied me what I should get. These are not just numbers. They reflect a pattern of institutional erosion. A nation cannot plan effectively when its resources are stolen before they reach the treasury. It cannot develop sustainably when capital budgets are treated as opportunities for personal enrichment. It cannot inspire investor confidence when public projects exist only on paper and when the link between taxation and service delivery has been severed. I'm hoping that from next year, the link between taxation, service delivery, and democracy will come back to form. Because from next year, whatever, whether you get from your uncle, from your father, from whatever, and you get up to 800,000 naira in your personal account, you will pay tax. I hope we know a tax man is waiting. And so maybe by the time they start asking for tax, young people will begin, because taxation is also another way of making sure that democracy takes root. Because when people tax you, they need to tell you what they did with the money. If you can't see what they did with the money and they are taxing you, then you should ask questions and they should answer you. And then maybe with that, in 2027, young people will come out and vote. It doesn't matter who you vote for. The fact that you should come out and vote. You shouldn't listen to people who say, oh no, I'm voting for this one. Oh, if you vote for this one, you vote to get lost. It doesn't matter. Democracy will not survive and development will not happen in our country if young people don't step out. Most of the people you hear their names, Awo, Zeke, in the Second Republic, Jakonde, Abakarimi, Mbakwe, Jim, Mobodo. They were young people. They were under 40. They were governors. And they did impressively for this country. So young people should not allow themselves to be held back by thinking that some person will do it better because they are old. And of course, you know more than I do that the fact that somebody is old doesn't mean that the person has wisdom or the person knows what the person is doing. Some people are old with gray hair, but they are idiots. And that's the truth. So if you know what you are doing, you should be able to stand on what you are doing and do those things. One of the highest paid person. I don't know how many of us have heard of this guy that Zuckerberg hired recently, and he's getting 28 billion. He's a young man. He's 24 or thereabouts. Because of his knowledge, not because of his age, because of his capacity, not because of age. This is why well-designed policies collapse under the weight of implementation fraud, because the system leaks faster than it can deliver. Nigeria today is living this reality, caught between the burden of impunity and the urgency of reform. There's too much impunity. There are no consequences for people when they do something wrong. And so sometimes we think we should just do the wrong thing. There's no incentive to do the right thing. And I can imagine what young people feel when even speaking of becomes a problem. Around Abuja, when I drive around or move around, I see that the tendency for young people driving to be stopped is higher for an older person than another person. They see you are a young person, they will stop you. Why? Is it every young person that is Yahoo or has stolen the father's car or mother's aeroplane? It shouldn't be. Profiling young people as bad as Yahoo and shaming them in any way or making them feel less competent in their country. It shouldn't be. But it's happening because young people are allowing it to happen. You need to get up. You need to, one, exercise your electoral might and take over things as much as you can. It's doable. It's population. If the system works, 10 people vote is 10 people counted. Then if we have all the young people or half of them coming out, you've won the election. Your candidate will win. And if your candidate messes up, you say, don't worry, we're waiting for you. and you vote the person out. You don't need older generation to do that. So young people in Nigeria, in Africa, are blessed because they have the power, but it's how they use the power. For instance, things that happen, like I said, we will make it a bit practical. If, for instance, you budget for healthcare, and then the healthcare is not built, what happens? It means that there will be increased maternal health, maternal deaths, which means pregnant women and children up to 5 years will die more. Children will die more from malaria, which is, by the way, preventable, and parts of the world has prevented malaria. It could provide, but if you do that, vaccines will not be available if you don't provide all of those, and of course, a lot of life-threatening diseases. But instead, a sham contractor, often politically connected, submits inflated invoices, procures substandard materials, and abandon the projects. His reward is freedom. His community's reward is despair. This is how corruption kills. It's not in headline, but in silent, preventable tragedies. Silence. You have an accident. You have a chance of survival if you go to the hospital, even if a doctor saw you. But there's no ambulance. And then you get to the hospital. Doctors may be on strike. Or if doctors are not on strike, there's no bed space for you. So you stay out and you die out. And so most of the people will say, think of what the country can do for you, not only what you can do for the country. So why should the country do its own? And then some people will also shame you and say, oh, if you're asking too much questions, you are not patriotic. You should be patriotic. Whatever happens, just say, yes, it's true, it's true. Or, no, it's not. Sometimes young people need to get angry, not get angry and go to the streets, but get angry and say, this next election, I'm going to use my vote. And I'm not going to work for anybody to rig the election. We'll come to more specific ways of approaching this. The legal and normative framework for IFF in Nigeria. Internationally, Nigeria is signatory to the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC, the African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, the ECOWAS Protocol on Fight Against Corruption, and the FATF Global Standards on Anti-Corruption Laundering and Terrorist Financing. These instruments have found that corruption is not merely a domestic concern. It is a direct threat to national sovereignty, economic stability, investor confidence, and global security cooperation. They also place clear obligations on governments to strengthen prevention, enhance transparency, and pursue criminal accountability. Nationally, our legal frameworks are quite robust. The Constitution mandates the abolition of corruption. The ICPC Act criminalizes gratification and abuse of office. The SEC Act targets financial crimes and illicit transfers. The Public Procurement Act establishes rules to prevent manipulation. The Fiscal Responsibility Act enforces transparency in public finance. And the Freedom of Information Act grants citizens the right to access official records. I don't know how many of us at least had some lessons in consistent and impartial enforcement, strong institutional independence, budgetary protection for regulatory and oversight agencies, and a civic culture that refuses to normalize impropriety at every level of society. And this is very, very clear. Maybe come to explain a bit of those later. Without leadership commitments, laws become symbolic. Without enforcement, institutions become ceremonial. And without active citizenship, accountability becomes optional rather than inevitable. And the reason why young people must be at the center. Our greatest, and I said this before, our greatest demographic advantage can easily become its greatest vulnerability. Young people who make up more than 70% of our population are bearing the direct, measurable consequences of decades of institutional weakness and corruption. So it's affecting you more. If people go to civil servants still, it's you. If companies, just like the MTN case, I'll come back to explain that, take money out that they shouldn't take out, it's jobs lost, it's employment, it's development lost, it's services lost. So it's very easy to calculate how that happens. Unemployment that touches nearly every household. There's not in your immediate household, there's a cousin, there's a nephew, there's an uncle who is unemployed, who is just trying to survive on minimum wage. And I don't know how they try to do that really. Under-resourced universities are polytechnic. I understand most of us here are from private universities, but for a certain generation in Nigeria, there were no private universities. We went to public universities. And those public universities, at some point, just like it happened with secondary schools, the usual tradition all over the world, and in Nigeria up to a time, is that when you went to a school and you liked your school, you want your children to go to that school, and they will go to that school. But that hasn't quite happened, especially with my generation in Nigeria. We all went to public schools. Most of us who could afford it, all our children went to private schools. We all went to public universities that we are very proud of. If I have to go back to school today, I'll still go back to Great Ife, because I don't see any university that tries to match the greatest of the greatest of the greatest Ife. Those who know will know. But how will I, at some point, ask somebody to go there when, for instance, the faculty has lost its accreditation because books could not be purchased, lecturers could not be hired, and facilities are not there? See the problem? So what happened? There's a lot of fraud everywhere. Under-resourced universities, an economy struggling to reward creativity or innovation. Our economy is struggling to reward creativity and innovation. That is because, look, Nigeria is not rich. So get it off your head that we are a rich country. We have the potential to be rich. But that potential has not been translated to that wealth. Otherwise, we are very poor. To calculate how much we make and check it, you are getting nothing. So most of the time, that's why you see a lot of people saying, I'm going to Japa, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do that. But because the country is very difficult, but we have to innovate ourselves out of this. And weakened and inconsistent public institutions. Our public institutions are weak from everywhere. Is it police? Is it custom? Is it the court system? I mean, it all boils down to the when we shouldn't fight, because politicians are happy when we do fight each other. And in a way where now, if you fight and use foul language, you could even be rewarded with some presidential appointments. It becomes like a motivation for young people to say, okay, maybe that's what I should do. But that's not how it should be. People should stand up for what is right. If you don't, it will come back to affect you. If it doesn't affect you, it will affect somebody that you know, and the system will become more and more difficult. And that's why people are pushing, and we are hoping that the National Assembly, the Senate especially, does the right thing, so that certain appointments should not be used for political reward. This demographic, that's young people, is not merely affected by corruption. They are its primary victims. You are its victims. When young people lose faith in the system, society stagnates because they can't think, they can't dream. The beauty of being young is you can dream and say, when I finish, I'm going to. I remember when my boy, very young, he was about 2 or 3 years, we were running around to get generator in the house. I said, Daddy, don't worry, when I grow up, I'm going to make a generator that will be using water. So, but you know, he's trying to live his dream. I'm hoping that one day he will leave school as an engineer, and I will ask him, where is the generator that will use water? Because really, band A and band B and band whatever can be frustrating. When young people lose faith in the system, society stagnates. When they disengage from civic life, from voting, from asking questions, then institutions decay, but when they rise, when young people rise with integrity, with knowledge, with organization, and with civic courage, they become the most powerful drivers of national transformation. No country has successfully shifted its governance culture without the youth at the center of the movement. Young people in Nigeria can. You just not allow the very, very divisive sound bites from so-called leaders who are only interested in political power to affect how you see yourselves. Because we are together, we're not going anywhere. If the school is not working, if you don't suffer it, your friend will suffer it. How much more money do you want to keep making so that you can send your children abroad or send them to private schools and the rest? Yes, most of you may be in private schools, but all of you know that that money could have been used for something else too. The second family house, support a cousin or nephew and uncle to do something, set up a family business, and not spend it. My generation, parents did not spend all of their resources paying school fees. But my generation spend all, depending on where you are, some are not even able to pay. And those who can pay will spend most of their resources paying school fees. Because then you go to public schools. Our public schools were working. They were the best. But now, anybody who can, first, nobody really goes to public nursery schools because they are not public nursery schools. Of course, definitely, anybody who can earn any money will send their child to private primary school and secondary school. Why should it be so? Those are things that states should take care of. But corruption, illicit finance is not allowing the state to do that. So young people should ask questions about why is this not happening? How much more money can you make to make sure you live a decent life? Or must all your resources be used on resources that the state should? Like in Nigeria now, most people are their own local governments. You have security, you build borehole, you have generator even when you shouldn't. For instance, consider a young entrepreneur in Aba who designs export quality leather goods. The small enterprise could employ 10 other persons and participate in Nigeria's long-awaited manufacturing revival. But every container he sends for export attracts illegal charges at multiple checkpoints, from security operatives to agency officials to informal tout networks. By the time his goods reach the port, his profit margin is wiped out. Most likely he will shut his business. The 10 other people he could employ, rather than increasing the number, they will lose their job. then the local value chain will collapse and Nigeria forfeits opportunity to diversify its economy. That's what happens. So we want to start business. Just make sure that the system does not collapse your business. That is not just a business failure. It is corruption at work. It is illicit finance and training possibilities. This is a wide theft of national destiny, one frustrated entrepreneur at a time. Illicit finance is a visible threat to our nationhood. It is a quiet destroyer of our economy. It is often more devastating than violent conflicts because you can notice violent conflict and run away. You can decide not to go to certain places. It hollows out governance. So gradually, it sucks out every good in governance. It depletes national wealth and erodes public trust without a single gunshot being fired. It operates in shadows, yet its consequences are felt in every aspect of daily life. It's like mosquito, especially the mosquito that will not tell you that it's biting you till you get to start treating malaria or even get admitted for malaria and the consequences of that. That's how illicit finance is. It weakens national budgets. Because you know that Nigeria now, we are still operating 2024 budgets. Yes. Our federal budget 2025, the capital budgets have not been released. Yes. 2026, normal. The federal government ought to have presented its budget and with all the projections and the rest, so that states will also then present their budgets. But 2026 budget, we don't know where it is between Aso Rock and National Assembly. And states have presented budgets, assuming for themselves how much they will receive from VAT, assuming for themselves what the rate for oil rate will be. It's not normal. Normally, for the last 5 years, every quarter, budget performance reports are submitted, are prepared and presented and published. But since 2024, we don't have budget performance reports in Nigeria. So, and then, remember, NNPC said they spent 17.1 trillion. That's more than last year's budget on security or whatever. And someone say maybe they were paying, I think they call that, maybe they were paying subsidy without telling us. But we hope that one day the truth will come out. One day, so many things in governance needs to be, so many leakages. You know that our audit system is in a mess. So we spend money, we budget, we spend the money, and then audit queries are presented and institutions refuse to answer the audit queries. So this, you know who I am mentality, is destroying our country. It's part of what is fueling illicit finance. And young people can do a lot in it. You can do a whole lot in all these things. You can join campaigns. You can ask hard questions of people. Criticism is not a crime. Yes, I understand that under the cybersecurity or whatever, and sometimes they go and harass young people, but it shouldn't be. And of course, no young person who has been harassed because of what they said has ever been left alone. People will always rally around to ensure that it doesn't happen. For instance, we all know what happened at some point when MTN was having problems. Between 2007 and 2015, with about 4 banks, MTN took out of Nigeria $8.1 billion illegally. So when it was discovered, government, I think, taxed them about 10 billion. There was a lot of controversy around it. And lastly, they settled with only $52.6 million dollar. Because yeah, they're employing our people, we can't afford to shut them down and the rest. But those are the kind of things that young people need to. You need to get in, innovate, think about how technology can change these things, how we can shrink the space for corruption. Because e-governance, like you have in Estonia, you don't need to see anybody to get anything. To register your business, to get even your driver's license, to get your citizenship, everything is online. And it's being driven by young people. For instance, I already spoke about this. A multinational shifting billions through a share company deprives Nigeria of tax revenue intended to build the nation's future. It widens inequality, undermines competitive fairness, and forces government to borrow for infrastructure it could have financed through legitimate transaction. It also distorts the investment landscape, discouraging local entrepreneurs who cannot exploit similar loopholes. Every dollar lost to illicit finance is a classroom unbuilt, a hospital unstaffed, a laboratory unequipped, and a job opportunity foreclosed. This is financial injustice disguised as legality, and its impact is generational. You don't get a job on time, you don't settle down on time, and then it keeps shifting. Even when you do, simple illness, you can't afford to take care of yourself, and the whole thing keeps going round and around. So we need to do this to take back the country. We need to build a resilient Nigeria, and it is the responsibilities of the youth. It is not imposed by leaders, it is constructed by citizens. And in a country where the majority is under 35, young people must be at the forefront of building the Nigeria they want to inherit. This requires a shift from passive frustration to active participation in shaping governance outcomes. Stop being frustrated. You need to participate. You need to participate. Like I'm sure some of you do school politics and the rest. It's the same thing. Come out, talk about these things. And then start off by leading in personal integrity, civic participation, political literacy. Know the difference between politics and partisanship. That's very important because most of the time, when people talk about politics, we tend to shut them down. I don't want to talk about politics, but look, life is politics. Everything we do is politics, it's political. The fact that we are Nigerians is political. The fact that America said they want to come and help us fight insecurity is political. The fact that we use the naira and not the pound is political. That we do election every 4 years is political. That they will start taxing you if 800,000 passes through your account is political. The use of digital accountability tools, and this is where I really think young people need to step up and show the way and sustain public advocacy. Integrity is not an abstract virtue. It is a practical development model. Countries with low integrity pay more for everything: roads, electricity, security, contracts, even basic governance. Do you know that we pay more when we ask IMF or World Bank for loan than the average European, than any European country, for instance? African countries pay more because trust is missing. They don't trust that there will not be coup, our system will not break up and all of that. So we pay more whenever IMF gives us loan, or World Bank, or any of the other multilateral or bilateral agencies. Nigeria pay more, African countries pay more. But you would have thought that poorer countries will pay less or pay nothing. No. Corruption raises the cost of doing business, slows investment inflows, and erodes the competitiveness of local industries. That's another thing that we really need to do, the cost of doing business, the fact that most of the laws that have been made are not implemented. Therefore, young citizens must monitor public budgets and track project execution, attend legislative hearings and public consultations, challenge opaque procurement decisions, join accountability platforms and civic tech initiatives, and resist the everyday social pressure to normalize wrongdoing, whether through sorting, fake receipts, nepotistic recruitment, favor trading, or tax evasion. Nations do not become resilient because of perfect leaders. They become resilient when citizens, especially young citizens, insist on transparency, demand fairness, and refuse to accommodate the cultures of impunity that undermine development. A resilient Nigeria will be built not from above, but from the energy, vigilance, and ethical courage of its youth. Let's look at other countries. Nigeria is not the first country to confront entrenched systemic corruption. Many countries once stood exactly where we stood today. In fact, so over the weekend, I participated in a webinar where Bishop Kuka and Professor Moalo were interviewing President Olusegun Obasanjo. And I think it was President Obasanjo who spoke about how in the US at some point that a friend, when he complained about corruption, said in the US, we used to have judges come to the court with two judgments. One for, one against. For against depends on who pays more. But they have fought it out. They have resisted it. And young people can help with technology, whether it's blockchain technology, whether it's coding some platform or dashboard or whatever. We need to keep pushing ideas that will make the system become very difficult to hack by criminals in government. For instance, Rwanda built integrity clubs in schools and deployed real-time service delivery dashboards in ministries to eliminate discretion. Estonia digitized public service so thoroughly that corruption became structurally difficult, not just morally discouraged. So it's not like, okay, don't do it because of God. No, go and try it. You will not be able to do it in Estonia. The system will catch you. And South Korea empowered youth-led accountability movements, which ultimately contributed to the impeachment of corrupt presidents. Kenya's Civic Tech Lab now track procurement fraud in real time, exposing red flags before money is lost. Across all these contexts, one factor was constant. Young people were not passive observers. They were catalysts, innovators, and organizers. For instance, there was a case of abandoned properties in, I think, in one of the states. I think that was in Anam. And young people developed a tool to track that. They demonstrated a simple truth. Corruption survives where nobody's watching. If you are not watching, it develops. If you look away, it takes root. Officials could no longer hide behind paperwork or silence. The completion of 6 projects was not tracked, was not by luck. It was the direct outcome of evidence, collective pressure, and civic courage. What began as a small digital audit evolved into a community-wide movement, proving that with the right tools, citizens can turn information into action and action into tangible development. Let me say, looking at the ANEEJ AUSC partnership, I think it's an opportunity, an indicator of research on illicit finance and ongoing work, combined with the AUSC's useful innovation ecosystem, provide a template for national transformation. And I do hope that both institutions keep this and not just keep it going. We can do things like national integrity fellowships. We can work on civic tech innovation, incubation. I'm happy that FCDO and others will also hear this. And then anti-IFF research hubs that young people can live. And then parliamentary briefing centers and youth oversight networks. Those, we need to get young people to get away from digital time. They use some of their digital times to do other things. This collaboration can become Nigeria's leading model for research-driven civic empowerment. The truth of the matter is that things are not the way they used to be. Things will never be. America released its NSS, National Security Strategy, last week. The implications are enormous. What's part of it, just for, let me shorten it, is that America will not fund things, but America will trade. So they won't come and give you money for your elections. No. Instead, they are giving you that money for election, and you are giving them rare earths, that's lithium, one of these rare things like gold that we have in Nigeria. So they are no more interested. The idea of a bipolar world is gone. It's about trade. America is telling Africa, we will only work with some African countries where they have the capacity and they have the system, and we can trust their legal and their rule of law to deliver on trade that we have with them. So that document is worth looking at. And at the Institute, we're trying to do a policy brief to really open up the eyes of people within the civic sector of what its implications are. Organizations need to look at relationships similar to what ANEEJ and AUSC are doing. For Nigeria's youth, integrity must be anchored on values that are lived every day, not merely proclaimed, which include courage to refuse complicity, even when silence is easier, when dishonest options appear more rewarding in the short term. Competence to understand the system they challenge, mastering the policies, budgets, and processes that enable accountability. And it's very easy. You can research easier now than before. Get information, ask questions, talk about some of those things. Read opinion pieces. Don't just read short text and or take a discussion from the middle and run with it. Read opinion pieces. Be grounded. Those studying political science will understand some of the things around political economy. But political economy, conflict lens and all of that, they're not just for those who are studying political economics, political science or sociology, or any of the social sciences. There are things that everybody needs to know about. It's like integrity. You need to know why the system is not working. You need to know why government is choosing to fund something and not the other. You need to know the underlying things that, and then character to reject shortcuts and oppose standards, even when no one is watching. Collaboration to build communities of accountability, recognizing that integrity is strengthened when shared, and then continuity to sustain integrity as a lifestyle, not a momentary posture driven by trends or pressure. When young people embody these values collectively, they lay the foundation for a society rooted in integrity. Their uprightness, discipline, and moral clarity help shape a national culture where honesty is rewarded, corruption becomes socially unacceptable, and genuine leadership renewal becomes possible. Nigeria stands at its threshold. We can continue on the familiar path of leakages, impunity. Anybody, no consequence. People do what they like and they get away with it, and steal the features of tomorrow. But the point is, the risks that are in this room, if you refuse to take advantage of it, you know their alphas are coming. And they are brutal because they don't care about the things you even care. Because you have people directly who are telling you about in those days. But when they look at you and they look at people that have the opportunity and have the benefit of before and now and did nothing, those ones, you know, they were born into internet, basically. Many of them at age 6 months, they were showing them something on the phone. So they are coming differently. And just as a choice, so we can't continue on the familiar path of leakage, impunity, and stolen features. But we can start chart a new pathway defined by integrity, responsibility, and youth leadership. The choice before us is not abstract. It is a daily decision to uphold what strengthens the nation and reject what diminishes it. Young Nigerians are not the leaders of tomorrow. They are the disruptors of today, innovators, organizers, builders, truth tellers, whose actions are already reshaping institutions. Their energy, clarity, and courage are among Nigeria's greatest untapped resources. Let us unite with our youth. Let us elevate integrity as national culture. Let us build a Nigeria from which nothing can be stolen. A Nigeria where public trust is protected, public office is honored, and national progress is shared. And above all, let us build a Nigeria that future generations will be proud to inherit. Thank you very much. It won't hurt us to keep the applause going. Because I had to move to the front and pay attention. You know, if you want to excel in class, you take the front row, and then the teachers give you more to consume in knowledge. I think that was a very loaded speech that we'll need a transcript so that people can take time to digest it and pick some of the very standout that came from the speech. I will allow just one reaction to the keynote speech from
the lights that
the executive director on behalf of all of us. Because if we want questions and comments and all that, we will not go to the next. Okay, I was going where I can control mine. So we'll take only one reaction. It could be a comment. It could be a commendation. It could be just to rehash what stood out, but just one in the room. And then we will move to the next critical session. You see the stage is beginning to show itself some more.
Someone online is also raising.
Let the person chat the question. At least we can read it out in the room. And then maybe the panelists will do. Mr. T, your hand is up, right? Let's start with one of the youths in the room and see how he uses the time.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon once again. Thank you very much, sir, for that impactful and insightful lecture. Thank you very much. I really learned a lot. A lot of policies that I didn't know were in existence. But I would just like to give a quick comment. Speaking about corruption and the future and the Gen Z, I am standing here as the youth, and I don't know if I'm speaking the mind of other youths in the room with me. I feel the onus is not just on the Gen Zs alone, but also on the Gen Millennial, our fathers and mothers, humbly seated here today. Why is that? Growing up, I picked interest in current affairs in the happenings of my country because my dad is somebody who is actively involved in news and current affairs. So I derive pleasure in having that conversation with him. It formed this bond between father and son. And that is more than most of my colleagues, friends, and students can say. Some of them didn't even grow up watching news. They didn't have that background, that upbringing. So who should be blamed now? This is not putting blame on anybody, but this is a time to come to reality that we all have a role to play. Speaking about the Gen Alpha, if we were not brought up in the light of current affairs, it became interest in the current affairs of our country. Okay, this is what you need to do. This is how you need to participate actively. So I feel our parents still have a lot to do. We still have a lot of roles to play in building this generation. We are still building. We need to know that we are the leaders of today, and we have the right, we have the ability. There are policies out there that have been stated, that have been placed, and we need to utilize them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Because he utilized the time so well, I will yield another minute to the gentleman beside you.
Thank you very much. My name is Bankole Olalua. I'm from Ondo State. So I appreciate the theme of the dialogue, and I want us to look at it from this perspective. So if you are uniting with the youth against corruption, that presupposes that the youth themselves, they eschew corruption, because you cannot give what you don't have. So if the youth are corrupt, then it becomes difficult to actually unite with the youth to fight against corruption. So we may interrogate, we may conclude that what brought the youth to the present situation of probably being corrupt, those are things that we can interrogate. But I also want us to look at the issue of corruption beyond those in government alone, beyond those in authority, and to look at it holistically. Recently, there was an incident. Somebody was passing along the road. He saw a very nice vegetable, a seeming nice vegetable that is being sold along the road. So he bought one. By the time he got home, he discovered that only the bad one were inside. So they used those fresh leaves to cover it. I want all of us to know that the person that did that, we may think is a poor person, but if such person finds himself in authority, he will be corrupt. So corruption is not just about somebody in government position or in authority. So anybody the thing is that what makes us to focus so much attention on those in government is because of the access that they have to the wealth, to the commonwealth. So I think we need the youth themselves must interrogate themselves. Are they ready to fight corruption? Because if the youth are not ready to fight corruption, uniting with them will not solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that will be that for now, because we are moving into the next important segment and obviously the highlight of today's conversation. And I know that there will be a lot of conversation at that point. But at this point, I want to very quickly recognize and welcome in our midst Mr. Uchenna Arisuku, the OGP CESO advisor. Please take the mic to him because he had the opportunity, or he was supposed to make a goodwill remark at some point. So because I saw his hand now up to respond to the keynote speech, I would yield a minute for him to say his apologies.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be here. Okay, let me start with the apologies. Sorry, I'm late. Today is World Anti-Corruption Day. There's like 1,001 convenings on anti-corruption. And for us at the OGP, anti-corruption is at the center of the work we do. So we're trying to go touch everywhere. So I bring you one greetings from the Open Government Partnership Secretariat. My co-chair is here. It's a good thing we are talking about corruption. Because, like I said, the OGP is big on anti-corruption. We are in the middle of developing our action plan for. In fact, the mission I'm coming from is a convening for young persons to see what is the Nigeria you want to see. How does that figure in the action plan? We have done 6 geopolitical convenings. We went to these geopolitical zones to speak with young persons because we're intentional about this thing, not say, oh, we do consultation. How are you? So we want to meet them in the different zones to see this is what we want. What is your idea? What is your thinking? What is this Nigeria you want to see? How do we shape it? So today is the grand finale at national edition. And from our going around, one thing came out clear. Young persons want to be involved in the governance process. But the question is asked, how ready are they as young persons? Coming back to corruption. So the question you ask, are people engaging? Young person, how engaging are they? I can start from personal introspection. What is my own value? What's our value? What's our value system, value mindset? What do we see as success? Because we live in a time now where people who do these things we preach against are celebrated, are people who have made it and they have hammer. So every young person wants to have a quick rich syndrome. So we start from that introspection. What is our value? And after dealing with that, how do we engage? And for me, one of the biggest ways to engage is to count what is the cost of corruption. When I begin to look at the cost of corruption from that faith healthcare system, women who died trying to access care during labor, the roads that people are dying from, and other faith infrastructure, that is the cost of corruption. That forces you to be able to engage in the conversation. And how do we engage? Young persons need to also, the Holy Book will tell you, study to show yourself approved. You need to engage, you need to ask questions, you need to engage. What's going on in the country? What are those government policies? What are those? Nobody will come to say, okay, this is a platform that you must want to give. You must seek to engage. You must look for a way to find a seat at the table to engage, to give your opinions, to ask government, to hold government accountable. And there are very many platforms that are available for people to engage. For example, there's this citizen delivery portal that the federal government has established for people to go there and see those government projects, the one that's working, one that's not working, how you can make your input. The federal government has mandated all the MDAs that on a quarterly basis, you must sit with citizens and engage them. Let them know government policies, get their input, and those MDAs are tracked by the number of inputs they get and the responses to those inputs. It's happening. On the 11th, the Office of the Head of Service engaging stakeholders. How many people are aware? We need to engage, deliberately engage government, ask those questions, hold them accountable. Until we do that, we just speak in English. So thank you very much. Place to be. I wish us very fruitful deliberation.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those remarks. We will move very quickly into the first panel discussion. And I will be inviting the panelists to come to the stage, and then the moderator would take over from there. The first panel is on youth and tech innovations for tracking and exposing corruption. And this panel has the following panelists. First on our list is the acting chair, FCT National Youth Council of Nigeria, Salome Irmia. Please. She will be joined by Sophia Onwoma. She is from Youth Network for Community and Sustainable Development. Please. We also have joining this panel, Aisha Mahmood Bashir. She's from Center for Advocacy in Gender and Social Inclusion. Also make welcome Mr. Habib Shady he's a program director from Advocacy. And last to join the panel, certainly not the least, is Ms. Grace Bassi, Support for Girls, Boys and Women Initiative, all the way from Calabar. And to moderate this session is one of our esteemed partner and collaborator, the director, Center for Pan-African and Peace Studies, African University of Science and Technology, Dr. Bosco Okolobi. Please put your hands together.
Good morning, distinguished guests, my esteemed panelists. It's a pleasure to participate in this event. I'm having paid attention to some of the conversations that we've had so far, very insightful, and the theme of this year's Anti-Corruption Day is very insightful and very timely, uniting with youth against corruption, shaping tomorrow's integrity. And the keynote speaker highlighted some of the key issues why it is very important. Number one, young people have the numbers. We make up 70% of the demography of our country's population, which is a very critical force for change. And so this morning, it's my pleasure to be able to interact with young people and get their insights on how we can continue to deal with this issue of corruption. So welcome. I welcome you all to today's panel. And very quickly, just to set out the tempo for this conversation, I'll just lay down the generic definition of corruption. So, because in mind we've been hearing corruption, but it's good to get it clearly defined so that we understand what it is that we have to deal with. So, corruption is the abuse of entrusted power for private gain, which can include illegal or dishonest acts like bribery, fraud, and embezzlement. So within that frame, I will lead with the first question. So I'll start with Salome to get to you. Why do you think people are corrupt? Let's even start with that.
Thank you very much. You asked why do I think, or how do I think people are corrupt?
Yeah, your view. Why do you think people are corrupt?
Okay. My own opinion, I think why people are corrupt is because they are not carried along while making policy. And why they are corrupt is because they are not given equal opportunity, that is, securing employment for all youth. Because if we look now, you'll see that we have a lot of youth who are unemployed. And again, the youth sees it that it's because of this corruption that they are where they are today. And it's because of this corruption that made them what they have become, making most of them to jacka, making most of them to involve themselves in Yahoo, making most of them to do illegal businesses. Thank you.
A round of applause for her. That's very insightful. I think this also ties up to one of the points that was highlighted during the keynote presentation, where the keynote speaker said something very important. I'll just quote him. He says, an economy struggling to reward creativity and innovation will always promote corruption. So thank you very much for that beautiful insight. So I'll move to Sophia. In your view, again, what are the types of corruption that everyday young Nigerians have to deal with? Oh. Yeah, Sophia. Okay.
Aisha.
Okay, so let's get it rolling. So in your own view, let's get your own opinion about why do you think people are corrupt? So Aisha, okay.
Good day all. I think people are corrupt because they feel that nothing can be possible without corruption. I think people are corrupt because they think nothing will be possible without corruption. Because everything that they will be doing without corruption, they will not reach the place that they want to reach.
Okay, so when you don't provide a better alternative for economic viability, people tend to, explore what is available, which is the corrupt means of getting things done. Yeah, so that's very insightful. Mr. Habi, your thoughts?
Thank you. As we know that corruption is to eradicate corruption is to eradicate man. And the truth is
the only way we can curb corruption is when there's accountability. So the problem why people are corrupt and just because they are not accountable, when there's absolute power, people tend to be corrupt. So I'll say that it's systemic here because of low accountability that we do have, and because it has entered into from individual to institutions. So we have a complex issue of systemic corruption and because of lack of accountability. Yeah.
Right, beautiful. A round of applause for him. Another beautiful perspective to the conversation. In a system where there is no accountability, there will most likely be this issue of corruption. So people are mostly corrupt in this part because we don't have strong accountability system, especially for those who are entrusted with public resources. Thank you.
Okay, in my own opinion,
go on.
In my own opinion, I would say that every human has the primary instinct of self-preservation, which is the driving force in everything that we do. And so, if a group entrusts you with power and it chooses to abuse that privilege, that's corruption. And why do people corrupt? It is because of their inability for them to manage their primary instinct of self-preservation.
Interesting. Our inability to manage our primary instinct of self-preservation. A round of applause for Ms. Grace. So we'll go to the second question. We'll start on you, Grace. So what are types of corruption that young Nigerians face on the day-to-day basis?
One of those, the corruption that young Nigerians face is
use the type C.
I know that politicians intentionally use the youth during election. So one of the challenges they face is that they do not have voices, because when you're used by the politician in terms of asking you to share money during election, that's vote buying. In terms of smashing the ballot box, you will not have that confidence. You will not be able to bargain for power.
Okay, interesting. This ties to one of the questions that was raised at the end of the keynote speech, where a young person was saying that, oh, we can blame the millennials because they've not done this. And then the counter was that also the millennials, they have to take responsibility, because if, for example, Ms. Garcia just laid it out, if you take money to circumvent the wishes of the people, either by snatching the ballot box or buying votes, then you can't hold these people accountable when they get into office. And then if there is no accountability, of course, people will abuse the power that has been entrusted to them. So let's go to Mr. Habib. What are the types of, apart from vote buying, apart from the issues of election, what other areas do we witness this corruption on our day-to-day lives?
So I think that for young people, because of how systemic corruption is in our society, it's just from being very young. As I speak to you, I was in I think Sokoto, one of these, and they were writing wire. Okay. Sorry. So I was in Sokoto, like just for a visit, and they were writing wire in Sokoto. They had given them the question paper, and you see the debater coming into the podium of the auditorium and telling the student that, oh, if you have this money, bring it. You can take the exam paper home and bring it back the next day. And you see, that's how much our education. Because any society that corruption has actually entered into their education, it's they are in a break, actually. So that's so bad. It's so bad. I'm not talking about the fact that even
to just say, even EFCC and ICPC, we know that the job racketeering in institutions that are supposed to be against corruption. Right? They have said the fact that you have to buy a job in Nigeria is a big problem that we're not talking about. Also talking about the abuse of power by politicians. It's also and if we talk about
all right. Thank you for such beautiful insights. I will move on to Aisha, and I'll ask you to dwell on the impact. So we've heard from Ms. Grace how this plays out within our governance space. We've heard from Habib how it plays out even within the educational sector. Imagine at the level of secondary school, people already being educated in the arts and crafts of corruption. So how does this generally now impact young Nigerians in the long term? How do you think these instances of corruption, either in governance, in education, in our day-to-day life, how does it impact young Nigerians? The question, I should repeat the question. Okay, so the first part of the question is the types of corruption that we witness in our day-to-day lives, in our everyday lives as young people. And Ms. Grace has provided a bit of context to say that during elections, young people are exploited by politicians to rig elections. Either they use them to snag ballot boxes, they use them to intimidate and suppress voters, they use them to buy votes. And then Habib provided other context. For example, his experience in Sokoto, where young people are being asked to pay money so that they can take their question paper home. And this is within the educational sector. And he made a statement that was very remarkable, that once a culture has permeated the educational system, then there's a very serious issue. So I'm asking, just relying on these two contexts and probably more of your experience, how do you think this impacts, this issue of corruption impacts young Nigerians?
Well, it's had an impact because youth will think that nothing, aside from corruption, there's nothing will be done without corruption. Like you said, for the education sector, everybody now thinks that you will not pass exams without malpractice. Malpractice will make us pass exams. Everybody is into exam malpractice.
All right, beautiful. Put a round of applause for Aisha. So, in other words,
easy to come out.
There is this saying that regardless of the systems and the structure that is built, if the culture is wrong, culture will eat system for breakfast. So, from your point of view, if we now educate children to believe that without corruption, there is no other way to get it right, then the impact becomes very problematic. It's now something that they carry to the other aspects of their lives, because as far as they are concerned, there is another way. Like we say in our local parlance, any which way, right? So that's one way that corruption impacts us as young people. And then I will move over to Salome. Can you give us a little bit of insight on how this corruption that we witness or experience every day as young people impacts us?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
First of all, say we need to avoid greed. If we don't avoid greed, the impact of corruption to youth negatively is really going to cost a lot, because in Nigeria we have many mineral resources, but there are lots of illegal miners. If we have much resources like that, and government make use of it to create more jobs to youth, I think the rate of the corruption will be less. And we degrade ourselves, that is, we be lovers of ourselves. Whenever we are up there, you gather everything for yourselves and for your children, not minding the reason why you are there for. Instead of you to do what you were asked to come there to do, you will be there. You will not be thinking of anything, but you will only be thinking of yourself. This is driving the youth crazy, making the youth to do more of this corruption. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So don't worry, I'll get back to you. Round of applause. I like the different perspective on the platform. So from your view, from Salome's view, she sees that having to experience these instances of corruption in our daily lives as young people, it creates this culture or this value system of greed, lack of contentment, and that is very problematic. And I usually would ask a question: who are your role models? As a society, who are your role models? And if you create a system where the role models are people who portray certain values that are not consistent with what the message we are preaching, then of course the society would definitely produce younger ones who emulate these role models. So one of the things that you've highlighted is that exposing young people to such corrupt practices builds that value or lack of value of not being content. And because we are not content, each time you get into a position, you want to amass as much wealth, as much exploit your privilege as much as you can. So that's very thoughtful, that's very insightful. And we'll move with that. I'll just move over to the next question. Now we know what the problem is. We've highlighted how it impacts young people. So what are the opportunities that exist for young people to collaborate to fight against corruption? So I'm a young person. I don't like the direction that this country is heading in terms of corruption, and I want to join the fight. Where do I start from? So what are the opportunities that are available?
Thank you very much. The opportunities available for the youth, we need to work on ourselves. We don't look at our elders and say the country is already corrupt, then we join them. The right to start from us. Then we used to say, youth are leaders of tomorrow, but it's no longer there. We are the youth, we are the leaders of today. So we need to work on ourselves. We need to drive away corruption. Instead of us, we have a lot of youth creating content. There's a way we can give awareness on corruption. There's a way we can drive away corruption in the country. That is when you see the right thing, you say the right thing. When you see the wrong, you say it. What you are doing is wrong in order for us to move forward. We can't continue to live like this, because the more we continue like this, even the younger generation coming, we suffer more. We can see a lot of things happening in our country, the insecurity. All this is all about the corruption. Trying to distract others' political career in order for you to get access. But we need to avoid this. Thank you.
All right. A round of applause. I think she deserves that. So yeah, young people should use their voice. First, you need to, leader must first change the world, must first change himself. So you need to be someone of a very strong integrity, and then you need to use your voice. And in this day and age, we have different social media platforms where you can speak up. When you see something that is not really right, you speak up. Use the platforms that are available to speak up. I will come back to Aisha, but first, let me move to Ms. Grace. So what opportunities exist for young people to collaborate in the fight against corruption?
Okay, for me, I think as young people, there's need for us to get involved. We can start from our community by forming community-based group. We can also participate in government governance platform where we can track the progress and also follow up with government activities. So there's need for us to get involved. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Join community-based group. There are options where you can join existing groups. And we've also had young people also coming together to form their own groups to advocate. And I always encourage people to join groups because it provides you some kind of security. We know how the country works sometimes. When you speak up, corruption fights back. Being a member of a group can somehow provide you some leverage and coverage in terms of being bullied to silence. So very insightful, Ms. Grace. And then I'll move to, okay, so let me take Mr. Habib, then I'll move to Aisha. So what are the opportunities that are available to young people to leverage on technology and other digital platforms in their fight against corruption?
Yes. I say everywhere that the first step is to have knowledge. Great. You must know. For example, I'm sure that there's nobody here that seen the budget performance for the National Assembly. So the National Assembly have a budget line, and you don't know how they spend the money, and nobody knows. Right. Last 2 months, I think of course we sent an FY letter to the DG chairman of the National Assembly Service Commission to ask him to give us the budget performance of the National Assembly. Let us see what in 2024, how did they spend their money? Right, and of course, it did not respond. We are preparing our writ of someone, and we are going to court in January. So because we have the FY. Of course, we know that the justice is being start to say, but the judiciary sells justice in Nigeria, honestly. But litigation can be used as a form of advocacy, right? Even though you might not get it. So I believe that knowledge and we have a tool called the Promise Tracker. And the Promise Tracker tracks purposes of elected officials. So we track, there's a legislative agenda. I don't know if anybody know about the legislative agenda. It's also the promise from the National Assembly to Nigerians on what they want to achieve. And there are manifestos by state governors and the president as well. If you go to the promise tracker.ng, you'll see that we have highlighted these promises and showed people how you can see how they progress from in the works to how the promises are stalled or broken or the ones that have not yet started. Because we need to first have knowledge, and knowledge is quite powerful. So it's the first step for us to actually ask for the right things and also asking the right questions. And that's the thing. And I just one more statement. I think when the former chief of party was speaking, he was talking about the audits. He spoke about the audits, for example. In 2020, the Auditor General, they did the audit for MDs, of course, and about 140 billion naira was missing, unaccounted for, 140 billion naira. And when you see Nigeria as Nigeria is, we don't have an audit service bill, right? But if you see the legislative agenda, there's a promise to pass an audit bill, within the medium term, and that is broken. And those are some of the institutional changes and knowing all of these things so that we can ask the right questions and also ask in the right way and get results. Apart from the fact that it's also good for us because we have a lot of digital activists that bring about issues. It's also good, but we need to also arm ourselves with knowledge of how National Assembly work, how governance work, so that we are able to change things systematically.
Right. Thank you very much. A round of applause for for Habib. I'll move now to Aisha. So how can young people utilize technology? This is the age of, we've moved to the age of artificial intelligence. So of course, a lot of things can now be done very easily. And how many people in the audience know about the platform called Budget? If you know about it, again, that's another excellent way of using technology to track our national budget. And very often they publish public expenditure and we're able to keep. So as a young person, how do we leverage on technology to combat corruption?
Okay, well, we can use the social media and we can even form anti-corruption clubs in schools as long as tertiary at all levels. Like he said, we have budgets, tracker.ng. We can track our budgets, projects. We can track the projects of budgets, tracker.ng. See where our projects are.
Okay, great. So we can use social media, we can explore all the existing platforms, digital platforms, to track and monitor and also hold people accountable, because I think as much as you track, as much as you monitor, if there is no mechanism of holding people accountable, then this system will continue to thrive. So I'll go back to Salome. I think just wrapping up, I think this will just be the final question. So I'll give you just 1 minute each to share your own personal experience of how you experience issues around corruption and how you'll be able to deal with it. Because we have many young people here who can be inspired by your own story to also take action. Because today's event, at the base of it, is to mobilize young people like yourselves to take action against corruption. So in what ways have you experienced corrupt practices and how have you been able to confront it? How have you been able to tackle it?
Thank you very much. Our day-to-day activities will express lots of corruption activities, maybe through our youth, our family. Maybe the money will be given to a youth to share to his fellow youth. At the end of the day, we will not even see anything. When we go for programs, maybe a certain amount will be given to the person, gives us some amount to them as transport. But at the end of the day, you see us transporting ourselves and taking ourselves back home with nothing. With this, we did not stop. We keep on struggling because we know where we are heading to. We heard of the youth budget that was presented to FCT. Up to today, we have not received any. We have been doing a lot, waiting for programs, yet Naira is not given to us for the programs. We source for it, we transport ourselves, we print programs, we write lots of letters with our own money. But yet we hear that there is money given to FCT for youth budget. This is not really easy, but because we know where we are heading to and we have focus and we want the young generation who are coming to emulate good behavior, not the other way around. And just as I said earlier, for we to eradicate corruption in Nigeria, it starts from us. Like it starts from me, myself sitting here. If you see white, you say it's white. If you see red, you say it's red. If you see black, you say it's black. You cannot tell a child, stop lying. You cannot tell a child, don't do this. When you are doing it. You tell your child, don't lie, yet you are lying. You tell your child, don't steal, yet you are there cleaning some zeros and adding some figures. It's not proper. Please, the corruption, to eradicate corruption, start from you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Round of applause for our personal integrity and the commitment. You see, the fight against corruption is not something you do this month and then you take a break next month, because corruption doesn't go on break and corrupt people don't go on break. So you have to stay consistent, you have to stay focused to the vision, and you have to keep fighting. Thank you so much, Salome, for such wonderful insight. Then I'll take that of Aisha. So let me read the question again. So in your own experience, how have you faced corruption and how were you able to deal with it? So, did you get the question? Okay.
Well, if you are working with tracker budgets, there's a lot of corruption, a lot. A lot of projects that have been, the money have been even released, but the projects are not working yet. So there's even this local government that we don't even have a road, and the road is even there for the projects. No hospital, no school, no light for about 26 years in that local government. And the project is still there, and the money have been released, but there's nothing there. They're even working on the road now. It's themselves that they're working for the road. They haven't started doing the road, and government is not doing anything about it, and you know about them. And the project is there.
And the government will come
So
and clean it.
this is the corruption. And the money have been released, but nothing there. They're even forgotten.
Right, thank you. So from Aisha's personal, a round of applause for Aisha. From Aisha's personal experience, we have resources being allocated, especially at the local level. One thing I'd like to highlight from just hearing Aisha's story is that all governance is local. All governance is local. And most times, I feel that in this country, we pay attention, a lot of attention to public officials at the federal level. But the government closest to the people is actually the local government and then the states. And many a times, people don't know the amount of resources that are available to even the local government, especially with the revised model of releasing local government allocation directly to the local government. So you even have local governments that are on vacation, even though they are receiving monthly allocation. And even in our federal budget, you have projects that are awarded to this local government, and you find them in the budget, but it doesn't really translate into, it doesn't materialize for the locals. So thank you for highlighting that. And I think one way that young people can emulate some of the things that Aisha is doing is also to pay attention to what is happening in their local communities. Ask questions. You have access to information that maybe the people in your village don't have. You can educate them to know their rights, to know what they are privileged to. So this year, 2026, according to the budget, this is what you're supposed to have. This is what you're supposed to have in terms of health, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of social empowerment. And when people know and understand what is supposed to come to them, then they can fight for it. But if they don't have an idea, I mean, where can they start the fight? So of course, we should continue, like Aisha is doing, to work with local communities. Thank you so much, Aisha, for that insightful contribution. A round of applause, I think she deserves it. And then final thoughts, Mr. Habib. So in what way have you experienced it and what have you done differently to address the issue of corruption?
Yes, thank you. The truth is that, as we know, individual accountability or individual corruption so in a country where corruption is systemic, even the most moral person will be frustrated. So this year, I was invited by Civic Corps to Bangkok to speak. And to travel with Bangkok, you need a certificate. And of course, I have one process to get certificate.
others that try to work on. But like it's like them. Just because you don't pay extra to get and it's really costly to be sorry, it's quite costly to be moral in Nigeria. Right, the same thing. If you go to the passport immigration, my friend who tried to, he had a trip, I think, November or December, went to the immigration office to get the passport because of the reform by the Minister of Interior. We thought, yeah, let's follow through the process. Corruption and to shape tomorrow's integrity. Thank you, and thank you to ANEEJ for ANEEJ for having us here today. Thank you, and thank you everyone. God bless Nigeria. Oh. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate the panelists and the moderator for insights.
Bring it down.
Moving on to the next panel. I want to very quickly invite Mr. Godwin Basheru from the ICPC to please come over to the stage. Please put your hands together to appreciate the panelists as I invite them over. I also want to invite Basi, the Executive Director of Hip City Innovation Center, to please come to the stage. I also want to invite my very own colleague, Priscilla Tejiri, to please join us on this panel. And last but certainly not the least, Mrs. Henrietta Nzekwe from Enugu State Ministry of Economic Planning. To moderate this session, which is on youth integrity, illicit finance, and social protection, building a resilient Nigeria for tomorrow, is none other than Catherine Kambadon Agbo, Strategic and Development Communication Professional. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Please, if I'm audible enough, can you wave? Just wave. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for finding the time to be here this afternoon. So our panel will be discussing youth integrity, illicit finance, and social protection, building a resilient Nigeria for tomorrow. This topic is important because the potential of our youth population is being undermined by forces that take away what belongs to them. When they siphon money through illicit finance, corruption, and fraud. We are here today because we need to move beyond lamentation and start building concrete, integrity-driven solutions to these challenges. Our panelists are going to try to dive deep and create a roadmap for how we can empower our youth to be the standard bearers of a resilient and ethical Nigeria. Start the discussion. We know that illegal movement of money across borders, which is a result of illegal activities like corruption, drug trafficking, and tax evasion, or legally earned money moved illegally, all form what is known as illicit finance. So to start the discussion, I'll start with Mr. Godwin at the extreme. I hope I got the name correct. That's yes. How much of a burden is the problem of illicit finance in Nigeria at the moment?
No. Thank you, moderator. When I was presenting the goodwill message of our chairman, I mentioned a figure which was corroborated by the keynote speaker, even though his own was $2 billion short. I said, from our findings at the ICPC, we lose as much as $20 billion per annum
to illicit financing alone. And in Africa, we lose about 50 billion USD. So imagine out of the whole of Africa, 20 billion from Nigeria alone. The rest shared among other African nations. So you can imagine the magnitude. Now, our yearly budget, if you translate that money to Naira, you know what it's going to do to most of the infrastructure gap, most of the human capital development that we need. 20 billion USD is not a small amount of money, frankly speaking. If we dedicate that money alone to the education sector, you know what it will do. I've had so many, like in the last day, some of the panelists that were complaining about how they were not being able to access some services because of one or two reasons, how corruption has affected each of them personally. I want to even implore Aisha to see me please after this so that we discuss the issues concerning that her community. I don't think maybe she has reported to the ICPC so that we'll hold them to account. Now, that kind of amount of money, if you put it into one sector alone, to transform this country. And that is why the Commission is serious about the tiring of bringing in any measure that will help us reduce the rate at which this kind of monies move out of our country and reduce the rate at which some people utilize it within. And I get very uncomfortable sometimes. Yes, I'm still in the middle line of the system, but I assure you all seated here that if God guarantees us to reach the top, I used to always tell my wife that whatever it will cost to do the right thing, we'll do it. So be ready, even if it costs us our lives, because at the end of the day, I told her that I have nothing to lose. I'm very comfortable, I thank God. The level of greed that is persistent in Nigeria today is so very annoying. I don't know how one person will want to gather 100 billion. What do you want to do with it? The most expensive, even if it is a private jet that you want to hire to go somewhere, how much does it cost? Now you want to keep 200 billion, 500 billion. I just don't even understand that mentality and crazy at all. It doesn't even add up to me. So we need to have people that will consistently think like that you don't need much to be comfortable. So why don't we spread the rest to others so that we'll have the Nigeria that we dream of? And to me, if we can be able to, in our own little ways, in your little space, one message I always used to have for the youth, today is an opportunity to tell you that the keynote speaker dwelt on something very critical. These electionary years that we take for granted, it gave you data, statistics raw. How nonchalant we are in participating in the political process and how these politicians take advantage of it. Anytime the youth come together, the country shakes, the world shakes. You have so many examples, don't need to even go, just recent history, the answers. Look at what has happened to countries like Nepal, even in India. So many examples. Okay, should I keep going?
No, please.
Thank you.
Hold your thoughts. We'll come back to you.
All right. So there is so much we can do to save a lot of money. That amount alone is, like the alternative forgotten opportunity cost. If only we save that money and put it in our system, imagine what it would have done for us. Thank you.
All right, Priscilla, you listened to the statistics just reeled out about how much of a problem illicit finance is to Nigeria. I would like for you to share with us if there are any ways illicit finance can be tackled, while also leveraging the proceeds into other causes like social protection.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I just want to thank the organizers of this program, ANEEJ and its partners, for organizing this program for youth. From what he said, I didn't even know like the number was so high from the money that was going to IFS yearly. And from what I was
imagining in my head. I was saying something like 30 billion naira, not even dollars. If it's going into certain aspects or certain areas in the country, like education, primary healthcare centers, infrastructures, it's going to go a long way for our youth, the children that we're raising right now, and the vulnerable people that cannot afford to go to private hospitals to get treatment. If they go into a government hospital, they should be able to be comfortable and be rest assured that, okay, they are going to get treatment, they are going to find basic equipment and facilities and treatment for their own illnesses. So one way that this problem of IFFs can be tackled is the implementation of these policies, because you cannot tell me that there are no policies against corruption. There are, but the implementation is not there. And I don't feel like everybody is equal before the law. They always say equality before the law, equality before the law, but not everybody is equal before the law. You see the EFCC and other enforcement agencies to fight crimes, corruption, fraudulent activities, but they are mostly focusing on the youth. And these days, they don't even need any evidences that, oh, you are guilty, we found so and so in your phone that you defrauded so and so person. They just take you in and then they harass you, they oppress you in order for you to bring out one or two for them. So the people in power, I don't think they're actually focusing on them, because there are lots of cases where the people in higher power, they are taken in, and at the end of the day, they are giving a plea bargain. Oh, you embezzle 30 billion, bring 3 billion, then you can go scot-free. If I know that my punishment is that I will not even give you half of what I've stolen, then I'll keep stealing, because I know that, okay, from 10K I stole, I'll just give you 2,000 naira and I will go open 1.5 and I'll go scot-free. So when these laws are not implemented, obviously they will keep on arising. So that's one issue. And we have this ripple effect. When we see people doing something, we grow up in a particular environment, we grow to also do that particular thing. If you grow up in kindness, you grow up with people showing empathy, obviously you'll be kind. But if you grow up in places in your family and you know that, okay, they are not that big on fighting corruption or saying the truth or having integrity, you are going to go according to how you're raised. So it starts from each and every one of us. The family is the first point of socialization. So if we're not raising our children the right way, we're always going to grow in corruption. We need to engage our children, our youth. In order for us, they say that an idle man deserves this workshop. It's people that I do that don't have anything to do, that go into, okay, what can I do? And then you see they go into illegal ways to defraud people and stuff like that. Yeah, so one key takeaway from that is that Nigeria is not bereft of laws. Weak enforcement is what makes impunity to thrive. Mr. Bassi, is that correct? Okay, in a recent research released by the World Bank, and in one of the webinar series by ANEEJ on the state of social protection, the funding gap was flagged strongly. Is Nigeria missing an opportunity in this regard by not tapping from the widespread financial corruption?
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I would beg that you pardon my voice. I'm actually a bit under the weather. Thank you very much for the question. So we're talking about social protection, and we're also putting young persons at the center of it. It would be nice to also understand what are those social protection that we're looking for young persons, and then how can illicit financial flows be used to stem this thing. So we're talking about in Nigeria with a very youthful population, where you have a really strong entrepreneurship ecosystem. But a lot of entrepreneurs in Nigeria struggle from sweat and blood just to finance their ideas or startups. So imagine if we had $20 billion, I did the mathematics, would give us about 27 trillion naira. So if you look at 27 trillion naira being pumped into supporting entrepreneurs, micro, medium, and small enterprises, I'm sure that would have a lot of big tech companies beyond what we have today. So we would also have our own Silicon Valley in Nigeria. We also then look at the other things around access to job opportunities. So we do not have a lot of access to job opportunities. In fact, the Nigerian economy is run by the informal sector. So if the informal sector employs over 60 to 70% of our entire workforce, then that gives us a reason to be concerned. So if we have 27 trillion naira annually that is being plowed to the informal sector, it therefore means that it would move a lot of businesses from being informal into the formal space. And what does that then do for the government? It means that the government, which everyone has said is tax-oriented, would then have more money to tax. Because right now, a lot of people in the informal sector, with the whole tax campaign that is going on, I foresee a future or a 2026 where people no longer save their monies in banks. And yet, this is also a country that was pushing for financial inclusion. But saying 800,000 naira is the safe haven not to be taxed. But you ask yourself, how much exactly is 800,000 naira? All right, if you do the mathematics over a course of 12 months. So that's a big problem that I think that conversation around illicit financial flow is really important for young persons. And as youth, we can't say that we're entirely free from this because the government has done an assessment of the entire sector. I don't know how many of us heard that content creators would also be taxed from 2026. How many people heard about it? So there's absolutely no way you're going to run, right? It means that even as young persons in our different school associations in our community, you can no longer use or volunteer your account to be used as a repository for people to pay money into, because when you do that, it adds up to your inflow. So at the end of the day, the government comes and asks you to pay tax for what you really did not earn legitimately as your earned income. So this conversation around illicit financial flow and social protection is really important for young persons to pay attention. But just re-echoing the words of Habib, we must be informed because ignorance is not an excuse when you're talking about the law. And then also to re-echo what the others have said, that everything about life is political. So it's either you're in the room or asking to be in the room where decisions are being made. Because if you're not there, people will make decisions on your behalf. And when those decisions are being taken, it would affect you. Thank you very much.
That's a very good place to hear yourself. Henrietta. Governments around the world are leveraging technology, particularly artificial intelligence, in public procurement to reduce opportunities for corruption, which is a huge problem in Nigeria. Where is Nigeria in this regard, on such innovations? Are we being left behind with the deployment of technology in fighting corruption? Where exactly are we?
Right, thank you for the question. For Nigeria, we are not being left behind. I think the tone of contention should be on how well are we using this innovation. I could remember vividly that the national, even at state and even local government level, they've all keyed into this single account in terms of doing the financial businesses, in terms of expenditure. But most times, we still find out that people still find their way to maneuver this platform, whereby you go to pay for maybe for an expenditure or maybe be it a tax, and the person that is supposed to give you maybe the account number for you to pay him will now corner you by the time to collect it by cash and tell you maybe the account is not functioning well, later they will remit to government. So government in its own body has already institutionalized a system. But we at the operational level still find a way to maneuver this platform. So painting the picture as if to say government is not doing well in terms of technology and innovation. Thank you.
That's right. Nigeria is not being left behind, even though a lot can still be done. Just yesterday, the federal government, through the Office of the Accountant General, also issued directive for all ministries, departments, and agencies to install POS machines within the next 45 days to end all cash payments. We'll watch and see what happens at the end of the 45 days period. So we'll go back to Mr. Godwin. The 2025 Anti-Corruption Day is big on uniting with youth in the anti-corruption crusade. Are we doing enough in this regard, carrying the youth along in this anti-corruption crusade?
Yes, we are. It's from the numerous programs, and we have a Minister of Youth Development that is very passionate about involving the youth. There is a platform on the federal ministry. He has been collaborating very well with ICPC, UNODC. And then we have so many platforms through which the youth can be able to key in. I think that some of those, the highlight of those activities are what maybe the UN saw and decided that this year's theme is going to be focused more on the youth. Because there is generally an improvement compared to what we had before. So my answer to that would be yes.
Okay, so, the room for improvement is elastic, so there's always room. We hope that more will continue to be done in that regard. Henrietta, can you share with us what practical ways can be adopted to improve collaboration to be able to see meaningful results, with this youth collaboration, let's say in 3 years? What practical ways can be adopted? Yes, see meaningful improvement, in this youth engagement in the fight against corruption.
Okay. I think beyond sitting in this room, maybe speaking grammar from morning till evening, we all have work to do. Just like what the other guys said earlier, it started with the parents. We also need to educate our children. They said in Igbo language that so you start from inside before you now come out. To beautify yourself, you start from inside before you come out. So most times what we see the youth do is just a replica of what their parents are doing at home. I'm not saying it's 100% sure, but most times, because if the father, who is maybe a public servant, is into investment of government fund, you might think that your child is not noticing it. Mere conversation on phone will also build him, and you will not know that he's speaking those conversations, those actions. But when he now has the opportunity to demonstrate those acts, he might even do it better than you are doing it. And that's why we keep saying the Gen Z, the Alpha, because this set, whatever they want to do, I think they multiply it with internet and every other devices they have within their reach that we does not have the opportunity to use when we are all growing up, to now multiply whatever action they want to do. So I think in practical sense, we have to start at home. We have to start from school. Just like the other person mentioned that in a school where they are writing YF, they are being asked to pay some fee to take the question paper home. So you can imagine the kind of product that school will breed out. And these are the people who are going to manage the health sector that we are talking about, and we should use the 20 billion if you are able to save it from illicit finance to finance this health sector, this education sector. So these are the people who are going to also manage those systems. And they've already, in their mindset, they are already corrupt. So there is no kind of talk that you give to them that will now change their mindset, because it's already in them. It also started in the church. So when we go to church, pastors, reverends should shift away from preaching prosperity, that when you wake up, become a billionaire, and start telling us the reality that we should start working hard and also be contented with what we have. Because I think most of this corruption or these bad behaviors that we experience most times are those talks that we hear from most of these motivational pastors kind of speech, that they keep telling us that we are born to be a millionaire, and they are not telling us for you to be a millionaire that you need to work hard and do some legal form of activities to make your money. So it also starts from government enterprise. When you are being recruited as a young officer in the office, they will also have an orientation. I don't think they do it these days, where you will be taught that if you do A, B, C, D, these are the consequences of these such behaviors or such actions, that it can land you to jail or anything bad. So it starts from our daily activities. It doesn't just start from us that just seated here and after making statements, we all go home. So I think it starts from our daily activities. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bassi, what can the government and other stakeholders do to improve the current efforts at tackling corruption in Nigeria?
All right, thank you very much for that question. My first direct answer to your question is that the government themselves need to be accountable. You can't ask of someone what you don't give, right? So the government needs to be accountable. The government needs to be transparent. So those are the two things that the government needs to do internally, and then to the general populace, and especially young persons. I think that the issue around information sharing and knowledge sharing is really critical. I say this because as young persons, sometimes when we sit in rooms and we're speaking the jargons like illicit financial flow, social protection, it really doesn't make sense to a lot of us. So it would be good to demystify some of these big jargons that we hear every other day on the street. So what is illicit financial flow? How does it affect your daily lives and the rest? And let's also not forget the fact that illicit financial flow isn't done by the ordinary person on the street. If you trace where most of the huge funds go through, you look at sectors like the extractive, oil and gas, manufacturing, communications provider, big agro companies, and the real estate. You can't be a big player, or you can't be a young person and be playing at that level. All right. So, but then it becomes really necessary that young persons understand how the system works, so that they are not used as pawns within the system, right? So when you begin to talk about this issue, the question around transparency and beneficial ownership would then make sense to a lot of young persons. What do I mean by transparency and beneficial ownership? Let's take the real estate, for example, a sector that I work really closely with. who are the real owners of the big real estate companies that we have in Abuja, for instance, right? So you find a young person of maybe 35 and he's sitting on millions of naira. A lot of the times when you lift the veil, you then understand that the real owners of those companies are not the people you see in flashy vehicles and the rest. So if young persons are aware, they can then strategically remove themselves away from these things. And so the issue around integrity then comes in. So if you're sitting on, say, a $1 billion company, which you know that you're not the owner of that company, you're just the figurehead. The man who runs the show is somewhere in government and is pushing resources to you to do that. Then you then need to understand what your actions would mean for the country, what your actions would mean for the community that you represent. So when you siphon money out of the country, it means that you're denying your relative somewhere of the basic health services that they should have had. You're denying your community member or your family member the good roads that they should ride on, and the basic services that these resources should have, help improve our country. So let the institutions that are responsible have a lot to do, but I also know that the civil society are their biggest allies. So they need to work really closely with the civil society. They need to work really closely with the media in terms of demystifying the big jargon, so that young persons are really aware of what these big English words mean, and then how they play a part in it. And then just to go back to my first point around government and stuff, I think that there's an internal, when we talk about illicit financial flow, just a second, we always look at the outflow out of the country. But internally, we're also having illicit leakages. And these are structural issues. So take, for instance, I talked about the mining industry. So when someone gets a license to mine, all right, and he takes certain amounts of money to the bank cannot question that person because he or she has a legal front, right, to do business. So what is the role of SCOMO? What is the role of the NFIU? So these are the things that the government themselves need to do, but more importantly, as it concerns young persons, we need to demystify the conversation to very simplistic approaches that they would be able to assimilate. Thank you.
Priscilla, we go back to you now. Technology is good, but you find that in our environment, youth leverage technology to commit crimes such as internet fraud, which we popularly call Yahoo Yahoo. Would you say this is a failure of education on the heels of such, or we now live in a culture that has normalized cutting corners? And how can these technology skills that our youths have gathered, how can these skills be positively deployed?
Yes, I'll just say that I think we've so much normalized corruption that some things now feel like normal to do. And I think we're putting pressure on ourselves in this current day and age just to make it big. Let them blow quickly. You see your peers, especially people from maybe rich homes, you see that their lives are very comfortable and you want that life and you want it like soon. So you end up going to using different measures and different means just to make money. Sorry, please, can I get the other aspect of the question? How can this technology skill?
How can the technology skills that youth have acquired be positively deployed, especially in tackling crimes like anti-corruption, instead of using them to commit crime?
Okay, like tech skills like cyber security, we can use it for monitoring the disbursement of the assets that have been recovered, like the asset recovery programs. After the assets have been recovered, we can track these resources to make sure that the victims are the ones that are actually benefiting from it and not going back to people who have
like embezzled the money or stolen the money. So I feel that that's one thing. And I just want to say that the use of technology and AI should be introduced to the curriculum in our primary schools, secondary schools, and tertiary institutions. Because if from as a little child, you know that you're supposed to, there's basic technological skills. I know that there are positive things that you're supposed to use them for. When you grow up, you will not be so fixated on doing Yahoo. Because I've not had a friend of mine, her younger brother, came to meet me that making his done with school is going to be doing Yahoo, that am I in support of it? And I'm like, why would I be in support of something like that? And you cannot have that kind of mindset that make it after school, you want to, this is what you want to, it's not something that you dream of. When you say what you want to be in future, you don't say I want to be a Yahoo boy. There are other career paths that people can take. So when this technology is introduced in the curriculum, I think that we can find other ways and other positive ways to use technology instead of cybercrime. Thank you.
All right, we're gradually wrapping up, but before we leave, I would like Mr. Godwin to tell us what institutional gaps will Nigeria need to close to stop illicit finance and successfully repatriate stolen funds and ensure that these repatriated funds are not stolen.
Yes, the key speak most.
Thank you very much.
This one is a different story.
Now, to answer the first one, our former chairman did a lot to assist in this, and presently I can tell you this unequivocally that he is even a consultant now with the FIRS. Most of the innovations you're seeing there that will be deployed next year are part of what the ICPC helped them with. So I know by God's grace that by next year, I know the only part of the tax thing that we don't like is the fact that many of us will now start paying tax for things that before we were not paying tax for. But for companies that do business with Nigeria, that law is going to help a lot. ICPC has been able to influence some of the things that the revenue service will use in monitoring the activities of some of these companies. Now, the second aspect, we need a lot of international cooperation. If you notice, in the previous regime of the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, there were a lot of funds that were repatriated, and Nigerians insisted with pressure that those funds should be channeled to especially social protection services. I think that was one of the reasons that made the former government gave birth to the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. The only issue we had, in fact, in my experience working with ICPC, there is nothing I hate as investigating anything that has to do with empowerment. There's a lot of things that go down there that frustrate you, even the investigator. Simply because politicians see empowerment as if it's a means for them to do something for their people that their people can be proud of. While we in the anti-graft space, we want it to be done in such a way and manner that all the monies will be accounted for. But you know the way they will tell you that in Nigeria, there's no technology, we have to carry cash to this local government, that place and that place. And then you find yourself being handicapped because somehow it's true. And we need, it is better traced through technology than through somebody just answering or showing me a paper that, yes, this man collected 20,000 and acknowledged it. Let me even give you a hint now that will shock you. When the late Buhari's regime was at its peak, during the time they were really distributing monies to people that were, the downtrodden, there was a place we went and we got intel that the politicians had sent their thugs to intimidate the guys and inform them that government was going to dash them money. That now some group of people will come and tell them to say something else. And then they warn them that if you do that, you will miss the money because the money is dashed. It's not loan, it's not borrowed. So just tell them that yes, we receive money and stay at that.
And it frustrated us because we already got intel that they were giving them so amount and making them sign so amount. You see how difficult it is to trace that kind of transaction. Now, because the poverty is so deep, someone that you are told that, okay, you are collecting this, but if they come and ask you, just say that you signed for it and keep quiet. And you know that you cannot, go beyond telling the person to answer for what the person actually. I don't know whether I get the point I'm trying to make at the end of the day. These are some of the things that technology can help to mitigate. And in the ICPC, I know that we have encouraged the government to use our national identity system, which already is being linked to so many mobile numbers, so that we can be able to trace even monies that are transferred to somebody in the village. At least amongst a household, you guys should have somebody that has a SIM that is registered, and it has a NIN number that we can trace. So that this idea of cash, once we reduce it to the barest minimum, you will notice that most of these things will cease to happen. Have I answered the second question?
Yes, but there's still, okay. The third component was to ensure that repatriated funds are not restored. But I think you have addressed that with the use of technology.
Exactly.
I think that will be able to ensure that the money is kept within country. So all panelists, just take 1 minute to share your final thoughts.
Starting from me? Okay, thank you. Well, I'll still go back to what I've been trying to say not too long ago. I think our keynote speaker has done the magic. All we need to do is what he has said. I wish that the youth that are present here would take it hook, line, and sinker. The truth is that if you are not happy with the system, you must mobilize yourselves, unite yourselves, and do something lawfully that will make you change the system. And one of the means you have to do that is through elections. Frankly speaking, if you don't participate, the old guard will keep bringing people that you don't like. If you come out truly, just 50% of our youth come out and participate in the political process and see the magic that will happen. That is my best advice.
Correct. Priscilla? Yeah, I just want to say that we should hold ourselves accountable, because we cannot see, oh, my friend is doing it, so I'm not going to say anything until someone else that I don't know is doing it, and then I'll know that it's wrong. We should hold ourselves accountable. And when you know that you're always calling out your friend for a particular thing, they will not want to do it in front of you, and then later they will not want to do it at all, because I don't want this person's problem, I don't want this person's wahala. So we should hold ourselves accountable. And I feel that as youth, our voices are very powerful, because we make most of the population in the country. We saw what happened in NSAS. We made up our mind to come out to protest, to end police brutality. And most of us came out, we protested. People that could not make it contributed money, food, just so that it will, the protest would be successful. And we saw what also happened on social media. Justice for Chania, the little girl that was abused, and her case was reopened. So our voices are really, really important, and our voices can do a lot. So we should not think that the people in power have more power over us. This is a democratic society, and when we speak out, but I believe that change is going to be made. We're trendsetters, the youth are the trendsetters. We should make integrity and accountability a trend. And for sure, we're going to have a better Nigeria. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So my closing words would be that we as young persons must come to the realization that it is us versus them. All right. We have a country to build as young persons. And if we fail to take action, Nigeria may, I use the word may just happen to all of us. And when we talk about illicit financial flow, remember that that money that you're not talking about might just be the money that is being used to finance terrorism in this country. And we need to unite against corruption. Thank you very much.
Okay. For me, I think social protection is one tool that we need to harness for us to get this corruption out of Nigeria. And for this social protection, it has 4 intervention areas. And the one that concerns us most, the youth, is the area of labor market. So as we are all seated here in our various homes, in our various states, let's begin to demand from our governments to institutionalize these social protection policies, programs in our states in terms of giving us, the youth, the opportunity for training. When I mean training, I mean the tech training, because that's the order of the day. We are no longer doing the training of where we are making liquid soap or bar soap. It's no longer giving the youth the kind of money we demand. So we are looking at taking the tech training so that we can all become useful to our society. In this way, corruption will leave our home. Thank you.
Thank you to all our panelists for keeping to time. Most importantly, we were giving 45 minutes down, the 41-minute mark right now. We have done very well with our time. Please clap for yourselves. You have done very well with keeping to time. Thank you for sharing insightful perspectives on the topic. I hope that the audience is impressed and enlightened with this discourse. As we conclude, let us remember that the fight against illicit finance is not just an economic battle. It goes beyond that. It is a moral imperative that determines whether Nigeria lives up to its immense potential or not. And as we leave today, let us, one key takeaway from everything that we've discussed today on this panel is that integrity is not an option. It should be a moral compass and a code of conduct for all of us. Thank you very much.
Please, let's appreciate the panel. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So there was a keynote address that we allowed you to digest. There was a panel on leveraging tech to expose, to track and expose corruption. There is yet another panel that centered on IFF and how youth integrity and all of that can weave, and also even mop up resources for social protection. With all that has happened, the mic is now open for questions, reactions, and comments from all of you, our esteemed participants. And then, beyond this session, when the Deputy Executive Director comes up, will we be harvesting actual commitments? Because this is not going to be one of those international days that we have beautiful speeches and go. You will give us commitments, and we will hold you to these commitments, even if it is not everyone. At least those who give us commitment, you can be sure. Even if it's a commitment to talk again, be sure we'll create that platform for you to talk again. So please, the mic is open. Can we have the second mic? Questions. But because we are managing time, try your comments, your questions, your reactions should all fit in within 60 seconds. Yes, please. All right. Let's have hands so that we can know how we are moving. Okay, so we have a hand here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for now. Then we'll. Yes, please.
All right. Great Nigerian youths. Great Nigerian youth.
Like, now you stay. Well, anyways, thank you, moderator, for giving me the opportunity for me to speak. And of course, being the first to speak, I'll have that privilege to talk for a longer period. Sorry, not to scare you. Corruption, sorry. Not to scare you. Let me go straight to my comments. Sitting back here and then listening to the keynote address speaker speak to us, and then also the panelists. One question kept ringing on my mind, and that bordered around solutions. Yeah, because just like he said, just like it has been discussed in passing, a lot of times we've sat under forums like this, and we keep on talking and talking. And we like to talk. Yeah, we like to talk a whole lot, and just like Lydia said now, let's go to the solutions. And in my own capacity and on, the authority that I've been given to speak, I want to, tell all of us that the solution lies, just like that gentleman spoke earlier, on our ability for us to express love for our country. It begins from there. Forget about all these speeches, forget about, everything that we're talking about, the grammar, jargons, just like Mr. Fasipasi said. Outside all of those jargons, how are we going to simplify it and express it practically? Do you really love Nigeria? Do you really love your country? Because that is, for me, setting the horse in front of the cart. This that we're doing now, the speeches, the sweet talks and everything is the cart. And it is rather behind the horse. And it will not move. What would move it expressively is for us to put that horse on it to move. That horse is the ability for us to show love to our country.
I know you can.
Everywhere you find yourself as a citizen, in that your little corner, in that your office space, in the way you interact, every Nigerian wants to cheat on the other person. Everybody, that all our eyes they red, like our eyes. The slightest opportunity,
I feel you. Love for our country.
The slightest opportunity that you have, you want to maximize it, you want to capitalize on the other person's weakness. Someone said it the other time that left Nigerians are thriving on the ineffective nature of things in the country. And they think they are not blame anybody. Because everybody talks about solutions.
The point is made. Thank you.
If you find
Thank you.
You've got 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So that is really beyond.
All right, so rounding up, my name is Ubongi. I'm a communications person. I'd like to honestly work with anybody who want to align with us. Let's see how we can break this down. Just like Mr. Basi said, we need to demystify this and take it down to the people that really need to understand this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The lady in glass. Maybe you introduce yourself so that.
I just knows about you can send it.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Don't be like me. Keep it to you need 1 minute.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When was delivered?
My name is Alex Praise. I am currently a research student, MSc student, and I work with FAN. So I want to ask a question. When the first panelist was talking, he asked a question about the cause of corruption. And I want to say, sorry, you can't hear me? And I want to say that the major cause of corruption in Nigeria, I would say, is that there are not enough consequences for aberrations.
So I think
when people mess up, you know that you can play around the law when you have to live it down. Now, my question is this. What is the role of an independent judiciary, a non-politicized judiciary, in making sure that people don't get away with things like this? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope the panelists are noting. If you are not noting, I will hold the moderators. So please get your pen and paper out. Yes, there is a gentleman in blue and then a man in white and tie. Yes. We did a count. We'll come back again. But for now,
the opportunity, I'll just go straight to the point. My name is Alfred Agu. I work for Accountability Lab Nigeria. Not to put anyone on the spot, I'll just give you my personal experience, but I just wanted to make a comment about the man that took the mic the first time. We're giving it 60 seconds. And sticking to 60 seconds, that's where accountability starts. Because if you have to use up other people's time, it actually shows that we have to be fast on our own time. just to meet up our own 60 seconds. So my own personal experience. In 2023, I went to an agency. If I say the name of what I wanted to get, you will know the agency. It was needed for something. And just at the gate, I was asked to pay 18,000 naira for something that I had already done the research for 5,500. And just as I was just about talking to the person, another lady that came down from a car was asked to pay for that same thing for 80,000 naira. I left, I came back after 3 days, and I did that stuff for 5,500 naira, and I got it that same day. But after getting it, I didn't stop there. I went to ICPC, and I made a complaint to them. 3 months after, I went back to the organization agency, and just to find out if ICPC maybe took steps to like curb the corruption that was happening there. I told them I wanted to do the same thing, and I was going to pay any amount. And everybody was like, no, we don't pay money here. We don't do that here. That's to show that the system actually works. But do we like care to even try? Because one of the words that we just use that become a cliche is hold government accountable. How do we do that? Like Mr. Bassi said, we have to have practical steps to actually have that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I don't know how many of you heard that because it was only me and Reverend clapping. This is a very practical instance of standing up to corruption. You identify an actual organization, you know their address, you know the service they render, you know where the problem is coming. You now link that by reporting to an agency that has mandates to deal with that. And you don't stop at that. You go back to follow up and see if there is a change, or maybe you should start dragging ICPC because you report they don't do anything. So for me, I think that is one clear way in our individual spaces, we can be able to stand up to corruption. If you encounter corruption, where does it best suit to report that manner of corruption? Do that and flag it as one way you have helped this country. Yes, please, you have. No. The man behind you first.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Frederick Akov Edache. I'm the Benue State Officer for Tracker, a subsidiary of Budget. Okay, so I have a question, but before I ask that question, let me just say this. We are in the 21st century. And before that, we had the 20th century. And in the next 75 to 80, to 75 to 78 years, we shall be in the 22nd century. A century that I look forward to be in, but unfortunately, I will not be there, and most of us here will not be there. Now the question is, ICPC, ANEEJ, and those who are involved in corrupt practices, anti-graft agencies, are we doing anything practical, like a roadmap that will salvage the current corruption we are experiencing for the sake of the people of the 22nd century? Now, I just want to excuse the people of the 20th century for not doing much, because people of the 21st century to experience corruption. But what are we doing in practical terms to set a roadmap for the people of the 22nd century to enjoy a smooth society?
Yes, ANEEJ has answer. ICPC has a response. Many of us have responses to that. So I'm sure when we turn to this side of the table. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator. My name is Nnamdi Oda. I work with Clean Foundation. For us at Clean, we've tried various accountability systems, both internal and external, and just the experience we shared. Some of these accountability mechanisms work when you try them, but you need serious evidence. I will give you an instance. During the COVID lockdown, if you remember what happened in Nigeria, at a point, the law enforcement agencies enforcing the COVID rules were even killing more than COVID. National Human Rights Commission issued a report on that because we're also tracking across the 774 local governments we attested to that particular finding. So what happened? By the time we escalated some of these violations, because all our observers across the local government, they were sending us evidence. Now we submitted the report to the police for action. They said the officers tonight that they need pictorial or video evidence. And we know the outcome if you try to video or snap an armed security personnel. So they kind of threw the burden back to us to go back and get additional evidence. And for us, we prioritize the safety of our observers. So we cannot tell you to go and risk yourselves to do a video or to take a picture to validate your report in terms of corruption. But thank God technology is helping now. There are glasses, there are camcorders that you can use to capture some of these things. And what it kind of gave us that confidence that young people can actually play a role using tech was if we witnessed when Shore did a protest at the first headquarters, when they stole his eyeglass. Unfortunately, that eyeglass is an AI. He has captured what is happening and sent it to the cloud and was able to retrieve the glass later on when he follows up. What am I trying to say? As young people, yes, our parents have bequeathed on us a society that we are not proud of, but we can make a change by engaging the systems. The accountability systems in this country, when you follow up with them, honestly, they respond and they give you results. The only thing is that it may take commitment for you to follow through. And most Nigerians don't have that time to follow through. And that is why it appears that impunity is the order of the day. Because once you make a report and leave it there, even at National Human Rights Commission, I'm surprised that a lot of people may not know that some of the cost awards National Human Rights Commission awarded against the states after the NSAS process that they set up a panel. Some of those monies were paid, but it will not make news. What normally makes news is the wrong ones that media is able to escalate. But in terms of ICPC, I don't want to talk much of EFCC, but I know most of these agencies, if you engage with them and follow through, you end up getting results. And if you go to their website to read their report, you see a lot of conviction that they have recorded, telling you that something is happening, but the media is not telling the story the way it ought to deter people from engaging in this corrupt act. So I want to charge you today as young people, as you go about your daily lives, try to ensure that when you see some of these corrupt acts going on, don't just look the other way. Try to do something, just as they have done. And progressively, gradually, we are going to change the course of the
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. See something.
Say something.
See something.
Say something.
See something.
Say something.
It has changed. People are left behind. Nobody should talk. The person who will say the right thing knows. They will say,
see something. Do something. I know they learn. See something.
Do something.
That's our new adoption.
Okay.
If you see something, do something about it. And there are responsive agencies that are ready to be engaged. ICPC is one of them. I know for a fact. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
My name is Faraz Kifas. A hospitality expert and also a real estate broker. I'm going to speak about the question, the program before the last program. They asked the question, what are the causes of corruption, or what are the causes that lead to corruption? And I'll actually pick 3 points of mine, which is, I would say, power dynamic and economic insecurities and poor institution. But I mean by power dynamic is whereby people can go away with everything they do, or whenever a corrupt man has been carried out, people can go away with it. Then economic insecurity is due to hard labor or difficulty in livelihood or whatever cause may be, or challenges one faces. And poor institution is whereby we don't really have a profound measure to go against it.
Let me use China, for instance. We can go over the news when I was going through the international news about a government personnel in China who actually went beyond their rules. And they actually played a strict institution whereby it was hard to death. It's also that everybody have that mindset that once you defy, be you who, you are going to face the challenges. But no matter whatever the cost of corruption might be, it does not require that corruption is actually something negotiable. Let's call it a spade. But a proposal I'm actually making in a nutshell is that we'll gather youths here, we'll talk about corruption, how to bring youth on board, to get a better economy. And our mindset is actually polluted with the corrupt system that's actually going on, whereby we feel that you have to be corrupt or smart in a negative way for you to get what you want. Actually played a huge instinct in our mindset, although it requires level of insight like all these programs to eradicate it. Why not we go to our teenage schools, primary schools, add it to their courses, tell them more about corruption, so that they'll have that mindset that even though they grow and meet people ahead of them being corrupt, they have that mindset for childhood that corruption is actually a very bad thing. And again, corruption starts from our families. Let them know, meetings, parents involved, look at the issues they're having as time goes on. As your kids are growing, please let us not implement all these things, because corruption is like a cancer. The more we grow, the more we keep on eating the system, the economy, the growth, and the development of the youth. So it's not like an insight. Let's start also from our primary schools to secondary schools and start putting more information about corruption. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ako Simon, a political scientist from the University of Abuja. My question, in addition to what he said, one of the causes of corruption in Nigeria is favorism and tribalism. Okay, my family member is in the political system that's okay, I'm controlling. So in order for me to help my friend, I need to put them there. Let's go back to the political system. The Minister of Science, former Minister of Science, I would say it's a favorism that brought him there because he never had the qualification to be there. He was never a science student, precisely. But I guess it's because of the connection that he had. That was what led him to be in the position there. And my second question is that, is education the key to the present generation today?
Say again, is
education the key to the present generation today?
Okay, I think the keynote speaker has taken notes of that question.
There was another hand here.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. My contribution is that we need to prioritize value above material wealth. Because in this part of the world, I mean Africa as a whole, in the ancient time, money does not come even number 4 in the pecking order in traditional African society. There are values that Africans value so much above money. Stuff like integrity, hard working, good character, and community service. The ancient African value these traits more than money. It rates higher than money. As a matter of fact, from what we read, even when you have money in traditional African communities and you don't have good character, you don't have integrity, people are not even ready to betroth their daughter to you for marriage. But from where we find ourselves today, we have prioritized material wealth acquisition above those values that help maintain sanity in our traditional community. So in view of this, my view is that we need to do a lot of reorientation so as to ensure that we actually know the values to be put in higher pedestal, far more than money. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take the last hand from this person. Then we can do round of responses.
Mine is a comment. I itemize it so that I can be fast.
Go ahead.
So I think it's easy to want to fight corruption. People say that they want to fight corruption,
until the corruption of fighting is your family member. I'm saying this because I think the easiest way to tackle corruption starts from the home. When you teach your kids that because of the connection you have or the money you have, they can get away with certain things they do, it registers in the person's mind that money solves nonsense. And the nonsense in that instance can be corruption. And it falls back on the family dynamics. So if you raise people and you raise money and you get away from hardships, it's not enough to stop at getting away from hardship. Do you build character that money cannot sway? It's important. So I think the first one is the family dynamics. When people see actions without having repercussions, for a very little age, you can't teach somebody to now want to avoid or take responsibility for actions that they never took when they were kids. Secondly is education and sensitization. Yes, these things are put in place, but you see that times when the government or certain parastatals push more things that probably bring income to them, more than they'll push things like sensitization of all these things that have been put into place to fight corruption, because it doesn't benefit the government. So if it doesn't benefit the government, if people take money and all of that, they're not going to make people know that these things exist. And secondly, on another arm, is protection of the people that make these reports. Now, he was lucky enough that when he reported, ICPC did something and nothing happened to him. There are people that go ahead to report and there are repercussions to that. And then people say, oh, as a Nigerian, you have to fight for your nation. You have to do this. It comes with circumstances where you do this kind of thing. And tomorrow you may not see yourself, you may not see your family, and nobody wants to die for a country such as this. To be very honest, I feel very patriotic, and whatever happened in 2020 happened, and I kept it one side because I said, tomorrow if someone comes to kill my family, I'm going to be mourned, and it's just be a hashtag on the internet, and people go on ahead, people travel for vacations, and nothing happens. So I think it starts from us, it starts from our families, it starts from our organizations. If you're put in a place where it's just your family, and the person you're giving more, you give more to this person and jump this person because you don't just like their face. It's corruption. So corruption doesn't start just from, it has a ripple effect. So however you are, in every position you are,
Thank you very much. Bring the mics to press this thing.
Hello, the corruption we are talking 1 to 5 have already started eating us up. Sorry. I was number 4, appointed high. Hello, after giving this young man, then move their hand like he said the second person will talk. While talking, don't take 2 minutes. Are you listening? Then you move, go right round. Take the mic. The corruption we are fighting, I've already started fighting. Please, my comment is going to be very short. My name is Kenneth Kumakudo, PhD. I'm from the academia and the program officer, Anambra State Civil Society Network. When the panelists are doing their first session, I wanted to make a comment because they raised a good point. I want to give a direction. I think Habib made mention of writing to the National Assembly. There are people who say that you don't know road. We keep on gallivanting. Then I know that what we are doing in our state, using Freedom of Information Act, if you write to the Senate President, quoting the Freedom of Information Act and every other thing, you write to the Senate President, the clerk, and the chairman has to Committee of Finance. They will bring down a rundown of the budget of the National Assembly. They will copy to other agencies. And I want to tell us that other young men in our midst use such a pattern, use it in Anambra State, tracking budgets, and use it even tracking projects. As a program we are doing in Anambra State, how we handle it is like this. Every constituency have an eye there. And they report to us the project that is going on in their constituency. We get a report how a House of Rep member claim that he built a hospital. Whereas just furnish a particular his house and call other people. The person that got information to us is a student of secondary school. I go to secondary school on monthly basis to give them orientation how to to fight corruption. They have already started calling me Oga Master Corruption, Oga Professor Corruption, because once I come and tell you, speak that thing that you see that don't do good. There's another issue again, coming to issue of gender-based violence. We have people in every area in the constituency. We get information on what even happened in so many other areas. that somebody got married at the age of 16, and when they ask the question, they say it's poverty. She was withdrawn from secondary school to get married. It is among our youth that are going to bring us such information. Another orientation goes like this. In our civic education, from the past administration, we brought out a next phase for how to bring out a value. My sister said, and we made it as a point of duty that every household in Anambra State is going to have it. And how we are going to have a sponsor from across several other agencies and organizations. That value during Christmas time, share it. And I want other people from other states to emulate such a thing. Because if you don't put something in people's mind, they'll be diverted. Talking with this issue of technology, some other people that are doing Yahoo are very intelligent. There's a way you can come to somebody and speak to the person will change. My student that I know, he has like, I think, carryovers. But the guy is one of the richest boys. I go, what is the problem? I found out that the guy was into ICT. And that ICT have developed a lot of Java program and other things. And that gives me opportunity to do some other things. I wrote a letter requesting the vice chancellor if we can adopt him for 1 or 2 days. He was afraid. He was already a dropout. I wrote to the PRO. They brought the guy in. And the guy captured how they hacked the university data system and put out to something million naira. Then he told the vice chancellor, this thing is just a simple of 10 minutes. I've just captured that. The young guy is person captured lecturer and think of going to result. If you even place your name, the guy is a dropout, but they're paying heavily. Some of them is very intelligent. When they chatting with them, you create an avenue for normal interaction. Then you put something there. The guy is even following us to some other institution. We are going to go to College of Education on 17th of December for him to bring us some of that lecture to them.
Thank you.
These are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you are a panelist and you took a particular question that you want to respond to, now is the time. So yeah, Bosco is there. And then of course, ED of ANEEJ too. Somebody asked a question about roadmap of what ANEEJ, ICPC are doing for the 22nd century to be less corrupt. Of course, there are so many references to what the keynote speaker said. So the mic will then come back to their table, they'll go around, and then I think it will be a wrap for this session. So go on, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I think I'll address the question that the lady raised in terms of if you do the crime, you should do the crime. And I mean, we will all agree that there is need for judicial reform. In fact, there are so many sectors. I think one of the critical points that the keynote speaker raised is that there is some sort of institutional collapse. And most times when institutions that are set up to hold people accountable experiencing such collapse, then you begin to feel some of these heat. So I think we need to reform the judiciary, reform the police, reform most of our public sector institutions. It's time for us to reform them. And when we are able to do that, then we'll set the right tone that when you commit a crime, then when you commit the crime, you do the time. But more essentially is the fact that our community system has collapsed too. Because each time we focus on institutions holding people accountable, we are dealing with the cause. So the effect, not the cause. There is the adage, I'm an Igbo man, there is an adage that is a community that raises a child. So even when your family fails, when you come outside your home into the community, the society can shame you if you're not brought up. And there used to be a time, like my friend here rightly said, where if you acquire money illegally, or people cannot explain the source of your wealth, you are nobody in your community. But somehow, again, our community value system collapsed, and we started celebrating the wrong role models. And this is where we are today. So I think first, yes, there is need for judicial reform, but within our society, within our community, the community where we come from, we need to also hold ourselves accountable so that we can uphold the right value system. Thank you. And then, because I'm an academic, please, education is not a scam. It's very important. If you are not educated, you will not be in this room. So it's very important to be well educated. Knowledge is power. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Even though I took note of all the questions, I'm trying to go down to where ICPC was mentioned. First, I want to commend, I didn't get his name, for that initiative he took and reported to the ICPC. And the follow-up, very important. In fact, right now, because of a follow-up, some of our colleagues are in trouble. Yes, follow-up, very, very important. Our present chairman takes that very seriously. Those are our colleagues, we are praying for them. They may lose their jobs. Yes. So this is an opportunity for you guys to know. Once you write something, bring to the commission, it's acknowledged, duly stamped, and you have a copy. Forget it, you can do your follow-up. Or what is happening to the matter, you have the right to know. There are some information, of course, inside that may be due to investigation, but you have the right to know what is going on. Yeah, have you concluded investigation? Has it reached the court? Stuff like that. So that even us too, we will hold ourselves accountable. Now, my other dear friend said, for the 22nd century, when I heard you asking that question, I said, oh, well. I thought you give us like maybe a 25-year mark. That would have been more reasonable. By then, by God's grace, I'm retired. Anyway, the first time I joined ICPC, there was a conference we did in Gombe. And I remember there was this man that made a presentation. He's late now. And he was weeping. He confessed that their generation were the ones that spoiled this country and started giving us account by account how they contributed to it. So he said, for the fact that President Obasanjo had the courage to form institutions like this, that already is 50 over 100. If it was before, where would you have taken your report to? Maybe the pre-democracy era. I don't know whether I get the point I'm making. The fact that there are institutions now that can even checkmate that is already progress. Now, of course, the institutions will have teeth in, there will be problems, yes. When the FBI started, they had issues. Those guys that were in charge of bootlegging and whatever, the way they dealt with Edgar Hoover and his boys, when his officers were done, at the point in time, he wanted to leave the job. He was so frustrated. But after a while, things started improving. And then the FBI restored America back to its glory. Now, yes, ICPC, FCC, we have internal challenges. But the truth is that within these few years, there has been progress. And there is room for improvement. And I can assure you that by God's grace, that improvement, maybe we'll see it in our lifetime by God's grace. Now, the next one. So for the 30 years, I cannot categorically say. What I can advise you to do is, there is a national anti-corruption strategy. It's a document. ICPC, even our own strategy, we work with that national document, which is usually approved by the Federal Minister of Justice and the Federal Executive Council. So I think you can browse and download that to see what our own Federal Executive Council, as the federal government, has projected that they want to achieve, which is in line with what the United Nations also have as vision to ensure that most of these nations are corruption-free in the near future. Maybe that document will guide you. All we do now is to implement the law as it's been set for us as it is. If we have an opportunity to amend the act, there is an amendment bill before the National Assembly. And I want to use this opportunity
especially the CSOs that are there. Please mount pressure on the National Assembly to pass the Whistleblowers Act. She mentioned the Whistleblowers Law. We have had experiences with people that are scared to come, but don't worry. Send anonymous petitions to ICPC. Don't put your name. Just lay the facts. If the facts are traceable, you understand what I mean by traceable facts? You mentioned what happened, how it happened, with some tiny details that can lead us to where we can find what happened. That's enough. Don't go and put your name if you are scared. Just put anonymous. The only challenge we usually have with anonymous petitions is sometimes there are facts that you want to probe further to get more detail, but you will not be able to contact the person. So you have to use initiative. So those kind of investigations last longer. It will have been easier if you just call the person, you say, go to so office, go to that place, you find this and that. So if you can get enough facts, just send an anonymous petition and we'll handle it. The only disadvantage again is that follow-up may not be easy for you since you are anonymous. Because that kind of petition will come, there will be nobody to stamp and receive the acknowledged copy. It will just come in and then it will be assigned and we'll investigate. Now, we have what we call constituency and executive project strata. I don't know whether you are aware of it. And I want to use this opportunity to also inform the audience about it, that for every project, just like he has said, for every project around you, you can track it. You can track it. Just go to those websites he mentioned, especially for the budget. You should download the budget. Most of these constituency projects are under zonal intervention projects. You will not see them mention constituency because constituency projects is not in our constitution. So, but that is the right name for them. When you go, check for the one around your environment. It will help us. Now, when you check, look at the budget. How much did the House of Rep or Senator said for this and that and that? Get it down. Then sacrifice your little time to go and check whether it has been done. You can track whether monies have been released to the contractor. If they don't do that project, there is no department of our commission that I'm proud of like this one. And the reason is simply because when we started this safety initiative, we involved external stakeholders, Office of the Auditor General, CSOs, media. They follow us to those sites. So you see, our officers cannot even compromise. You have third, fourth, fifth eyes watching you. I don't know whether I get my point. So when you report any infraction in constituency projects, I can give you 99% assurance that ICPC will intervene. If it's a project shoddily done, we move around with quantity surveyors. They will make sure they check, is this the tile they said they will put there? No, it's not. You have to bring out that tile and put the one that was specified. Our own is value for money. We are not out to witch hunt the politicians. Or our own is, if you said you wanted to put motorized borehole, let it be motorized. Don't go and put hand pump and chop the balance of the money. ICPC will not allow it. So that you can use very well to track projects. Then, okay, I think those are the ones. The other ones, I think the keynote speaker will handle it. Prioritizing values above materialism. Yeah, it's good to also enlighten us that the ICPC, the first big move we did when the ICPC came into being, even before I joined, I came and made the project on ground was to collaborate with the National Educational Research and Development Council and have some of our values infused. We came up with what we call the National Values Curriculum. So we had that NERDC help us with the technical input so that we'll be able to encourage the infusion of some of these values that they have been mentioning that we have lost into critical subjects. Now, because we couldn't, NERDC told us that we couldn't create a particular subject for it, but I'm back that civic education is back. It is back. So, but we decided that those basic subjects that, whether you like it or not, you must pass, English, maths, and then any additional if you're in science, teachers were trained. They must include those modules inside. As they are teaching you, they bring issues of values and create examples. Now we're at the stage of teacher training colleges. The teachers that will be going out, they need to know how to use it. Now we have reached a level that even the curriculum we have right now needs to be reviewed. We are waiting by God's grace for money releases. We made already a proposal. If the monies are released, we will review it. So we already have national values curriculum to help revive our educational sector. All we need to do is to expand the base. And if there are any CSOs that want to take that as a project, please let them gladly come. We have a unit for that. National values curriculum. Now we have even gone further. In 2020, the former president launched through the Federal Executive Council what we call the National Ethics and Integrity Policy. What we are doing is, okay, since we did national values curriculum for the young ones, even the adults need ethics too now. In your associations, in your places of work, there is a level at which most of our ethical conducts have disappeared. Somehow, they are there, but it's as if nobody is looking at them. We want to revive them. We want to bring them to the fore, and we want to attach them to the act. Because thank God that our access, ICPCs, independent corrupt practices, and other related offenses will bring the ethics as other related. So that when you have an ethical code of conduct in your office and you violate it, we'll use that one to prosecute you, other related offenses. So that's what we are trying to do with the National Ethics and Integrity Policy, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll speak to some of these questions. Some others I've also been addressed. What is the role of independent judiciary? The ultimate. One of the reasons why a country is said to be safe or good for business is that there is independent judiciary. That's the rule of law. Before companies come to Nigeria, it's one of the things that they consider. Should I go and, when you want to make investment decisions, should I come? So we talk about FDIs. FDIs won't come into Nigeria if our court system is not working. And it's one of the areas where we are still struggling, because sometimes it takes too long for cases to go from court of first instance, from first court to Supreme Court. Sometimes 5 years before you get a date at the Supreme Court. So that is very key. Did not say much about that. How do we hold government accountable? I spoke about that. Election, the number one thing in a democracy. Get your PVC votes, run for election, mobilize around any issue that you want to mobilize around, attend public hearings, use FOI, Freedom of Information requests, and go to court. These are all ways of holding government accountable. And then join an advocacy group. Develop an app if you are techie minded. Develop an app that people can use to report, just like we have a tracker. And so those are ways, 1,000,001 ways, anyone that suits you. Yes, report to ICPC, EFCC, and the rest. And ICPC is doing a lot. I mean, the last couple of months, I've done some work on ACTUS, and then the CRA that is just finishing system review, which they did earlier. There's a follow-on to that. So they are doing a lot. It's just that, like he said, they have a lot to deal with. They're supposed normally to have offices in every local government. They don't have that yet, but hopefully at some point they will. So ICPC is different. They are open and they collaborate and work with CSOs very well. Is education the key? So, sir, what do you mean by education? Education is the key. You don't go to school or educate yourself or learn something for a third party. You do it for yourself. It's the only thing you can survive with. And education doesn't mean that you must go to university. Education means that you understand, you have skills to survive within this world that we are in. Because once you are born, you are in trouble. You have to eat, you have to prove, you have to live somewhere, you have to stay safe. And it is education. You have to look after yourself. Personal hygiene is education. So education doesn't mean you must be a lawyer, a doctor, whatever. Our constitution, you don't need to be anything to be president. Just go to school, fail, if you like, get F9, complete, then bring it out. That's what you want to use to be president. And they will give it to you. So education of I'm a professor, I'm this, I'm that. In Nigeria, is not valued. So educate yourself for your own survival. Don't come with education. You're not doing it for your parents, you're doing it for yourself. Because you need to survive. Otherwise, you're your own. Last, everybody has that name, not his father's name. I hope we know that. Yes, education is still the key. There's something very interesting. About 3 months ago, I wrote I write a column. I wrote a column on the topic that criticism is not a crime. Because, like the gentleman said, there is conversations around that tend to say that if you criticize the government in power or a particular individual, then you are not patriotic. It is not true. It is a patriot that will tell somebody who is managing public finance that you are not doing the right thing. It is a patriot that will see somebody who is stealing from the state and say, you are a thief. And then being patriotic is to the nation. It's not to the government in power. It's not to an individual. So love your country does not mean that you should love a thieving politician. You don't allow that. If you do that, then you are not patriotic. It means you and them will not be the same. A patriot will be sure that our systems run well. That if somebody is trying to undermine the country, steal from the country, frustrate people, young people, and all of that, that you stand up for those good things. Not that you will say, oh, because this man speaks my language, he's doing the right thing. When the man that speaks your language comes, he can do what he likes, but this one speaks my language. The funny thing is that the one that speaks your language, the one that will suffer you more. So basically, being patriotic means that what is right, you say it is right. What is wrong, you say it is wrong. Being patriotic does not mean that because you like his face or you like his clothes, then he's the best person. Or you voted for him, then he's angel. Somebody is doing wrong, then tell the person is doing wrong. Somebody is doing right. That's the only way we can grow as a nation. That's the only way we can really fight corruption. I have a country that you are proud of, that if I'm in danger, my country will look after me. That if I don't have a work, a job, my country will have some way of providing me something so that I don't die in the process of looking for work. Our country can do that, but the system is so whacked that it is not happening. For instance, social protection. Normal. Government said they would want to give money to about 16.1 million people. But government never gives money to up to 3 million people. So the others, what happens to them? Normal. COVID. Government said they collected, big companies give them rice, give them beans, give them plenty things. They didn't distribute it. They went to pack it. Some all over the country. In Abuja, I think Abuja was somewhere. Have I forgotten? They used to tackle or Japi or whatever. They just pack them in one big warehouses and the rest. And then Nigerians got hungry and went to take the thing by themselves since you don't want to distribute it. And everybody's gaslighting Nigerians for doing that. No. There should be system that what I'm entitled to, I should get it without knowing anybody. And what you are entitled to, you should get it without knowing anybody. But you know, the concept I call it barbarization of things, is so difficult. In offices, everybody's Baba, everybody's Mama. In fact, you see very old people, they bring one young man as minister, they'll say, now Papa begins to, they'll say, oh, yo. And then I begin to wonder, where are we going? It shouldn't be like that. There should be dignity. So when you see your old people thinking to a young man, our Papa begins, so we don't get my line. They are deceiving the person. They want the person to fail. And that's not how you run a nation. It's not by, oh, I remain loyal. If you tell me you are loyal, then it means there's something you are hiding. Just do the right thing. We will be fine. Last. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I committed a blunder, or almost committed a blunder, so we're trying to fix that. There are two particular participants who joined from the beginning to now. So I want to give them an opportunity. Is there a question or a remark? Please, put them on.
One has a remark. One has a remark.
Okay, we'll take them.
Well, you need to
before the deputy executive director.
Okay, then this person to speak. Adam, you can.
Hello.
Hello. Adam, okay, Abdul Karim, you can go ahead.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Go ahead. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Very briefly, we'll be talking about anti-corruption. I don't know whether it's not possible that we start pushing for a national legislation about the public and private, public and civil servants, their children. There should be a legislation that only public schools they should go to, the schools in the country, that is public schools. Then also the traveling abroad for medical attention. Can there not be something like that? Civil society, even Nigeria, start pushing for such legislation. Then secondly, the electoral law. I'm just looking at the various loopholes that expose this country to bad governance. Can't we look at it also? The constitution of the body of ANEEJ, whether really they are intended. I think one of this area will be able to help the country. The public servant and the civil servant, their children, anybody who is appointed as a commissioner, to the local government level, that their children will go to the public school. I think so this essay will be able to talk about be able to address the issue of anti-corruption. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Sizer. So, Mr. Adam. Okay. I think he's not on screen.
Okay, so I would like to invite the Deputy Executive Director of ANEEJ, Mr. Leo, to please.
Thank you. Sacha Glenbo. But maybe you said the young man will need some responses, right? I do that very quickly before I go into the business that I'm tasked to execute. He was talking about the need for the children of civil servants and the public servants, actually, to attend schools in Nigeria. And then for them also to be stopped from having, what do you call it now, medical tourism, to travel overseas to attend to their health. These are issues that everyday people want addressed. And then again, he was talking about need for electoral reforms. At my last check, I think there's ongoing effort by the National Assembly to review the Electoral Act. And at the last check, it was still at the committee level. So we expect some changes in the Electoral Act to address some of the issues that Nigerians want to see happen. That said, I will want to revert to my business of today. I noticed earlier that the room has been quite cold, even though it's we are all uniting, young people, the youth against corruption. So by the time the microphone was handed over to the first speaker to ask questions, make comments, he tried, my friend with yes, he tried to answer my, but at some point he stopped. I said, I tried something better. So I will want to take up from where he stopped. That is to say, let us all rise up. Let us show that we are young people. Whether you are gray-haired, but at least identify with youth, identify with the young people. Let's do it the young people's way. The issue is corruption, and we are all in agreement, not so, that we need change. Is that not so? So we shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. Wait. In our heart, we believe we shall overcome something. We shall overcome. One more time. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Deep in our heart, we do believe we shall overcome someday. Give 3 votes to anti-corruption activists. Boza, Boza, Boza. And help me give 3 to election riggers. Is another 3 to corruption, the looters of national treasury. Please be seated. Thank you. A big hand for yourself as you take your seats. Thank you very much. So the issue we have been discussing today is corruption. And we're all in agreement that the issue is not just among us. The issue is multifaceted. It is interwovenly complex. It is like, the man who wants to view the elephant. Wherever your position, that is how you describe the elephant. Is that not so? Whether you're in the health sector, whether you're in the agricultural sector, the health sector, whatever, that is the way we see corruption. But again, we're all in agreement that we must do something. Is that not so? That's part of the agreement here today, that we must do something. Institutions are doing something. Individuals are doing something. But whatever we are doing appears to be a drop in the ocean. It means more is needed to be done. So for us, we believe that after today, we should be able to say we're in this event today, the 2025 Anti-Corruption Day event organized by ANEEJ. And we're there, we listen to the keynote speaker, we listen to the chairman Code of Conduct Bureau, we listen to the ICPC representative, we listen to the executive director of ANEEJ, the man who convened this meeting. We listen to everyone, speakers, the panelists. So what is our takeaway? What do we want to do after today? So perhaps we may start with something. Here we have hashtag for this event. United Against Corruption is the very first one. And the second one is Stop Illicit Finance. And lastly, ILCD 2025, International Anti-Corruption Day 2025. So I want to harvest at least 10 persons, 10 participants on commitments. What will you want to do, even from today? We will be happy if you are able to write something, tweet something about the speech of ANEEJ Deputy Director, for instance. I'm sure everyone already have that. About the statements, the explanations from the ICCPC, from the keynote speaker. We all listen to them. So that we will be happy that you do some tweets, use your Twitter handle, or other social media handles, do the much you can. And I want to see at least 10 volunteers. The second microphone, please. Just let me pass it around. 10 volunteers. Civil society organizations that are here want to hear from you. If it is about you want to send something on the social media, just say it. I want to send a message, or I've already sent the message. Please, let's hear that commitment from you. Or in my organization, we want to write a petition. We listened to the ICPC man earlier. He said you can even write anonymous petition, and it will be treated, even though he gave whatever labs that may be associated with that. If they want to get some more information from you, they may not be able to reach you. But at least it is something that I take away from this meeting, that you can do an anonymous petition, because that also helps the issue of whistleblowers that are not protected. Because the fear sometimes is that the whistleblower is not protected. There's a bill at the National Assembly. We have been pushing for it in ANEEJ to have that bill passed. That bill has not been passed and signed into law. So we would like to see that happen. And when that happens, any whistleblower will be protected. But today, we want to see anyone who can commit to say, even the bill at the National Assembly, I want to get to the committee where it is, and then do one or two things. Ask the chairman, what is happening? We want this bill out. So is the microphone going around? Let me see show of hand. Anybody want to make any commitment? Yes, sir. I see one hand, number one. I want to number them. Number one, yes. Who is the next person? Any other? Is there only one person now? Number two, yes, sir. Any other? The ladies now. The youths now. Number three, yes. Yeah, nobody. Number four. Number five. Number six. Number seven. Thank you, sir. Okay, let's work with that seven. Okay, give the microphone to number one.
Good afternoon, all.
Please introduce yourself, name of the organization.
Yes. My name is Comrade Obidi Emmanuel. And I work for the Network of Civil Society Organizations of Nigeria from Edo State. I want to really appreciate the organizers of this program. Out of a truth, this program has ignited something again within the civil society community. A statement was made earlier in this program that this program is not just a date, but a day for an action. So by virtue of my leadership and the fire we've caught from this conference, I am committed to the fact that we'll get back to Edo State where activism resonates. We'll begin to ask relevant questions, very bold questions, and engage authorities on accountability. And also for them to begin to, dispense their responsibility and social contracts to the people with fairness and corruption-free. So it is our commitment that we will take this fire back home and begin to do the needful to promote a corruption-free society. Thank you very much.
Give him a big hand, big hand. Thank you for that commitment. I hope the Secretariat, you are taking note of this commitment because we're also going to track them.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
For the opportunity, and thank you to ANEEJ for being this dialogue. I am glad that I was part of it. So on behalf of my institution, the African University of Science and Technology, we actually started an SDG group, SDG Vanguard, to advocate for young people to engage in driving the conversation around SDGs. And one of the commitments that we've made is towards SDG 16, which is peace, justice, and strong institutions. So living here, having heard what I've been said here today, and I hope I'll also have the opportunity to interact and network with other participants that AUSC, through the SDGs, will be open to collaborating with ANEEJ and other NGOs and CSOs within the space to continue to combat corruption in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we'll follow up with you and see how we work with the group. Number 3. Okay, look at number 3 this way.
Okay, good afternoon once again. Firstly, I want to appreciate each and everybody present here, the organizers, the panelists, the moderators, the keynote speakers for this, making this event an impactful one. Now, my commitment is this: as a youth, it is no news that my generation is more of a social media. They are more of the social media people. Yeah, so my commitment is that I will use my platform as a spoken word artist. I'll use my platform, Instagram, TikTok, to keep advocating for the anti-corruption policy. I'll keep advocating for my generation to keep fighting against corruption as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Big hand, because his platform is now dedicated to fighting corruption. So we'll be looking at that platform as well. Number 4.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Basi, and I work with HCT Innovation Center. On behalf of the organization, we're committing to work with ANEEJ in producing at least 2 explainer videos on illicit financial flows. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Videos on illicit financial flow, the impact. Number 5.
All right, once again, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bong Nyete. I also want to say a big thank you to coordinators for bringing us to this very significant gathering.
I'm coming.
I also want to fall in line with the spoken word artist and also Mr. Basi by committing today that I'll set up videos explaining everything that has to do with corruption and against corruption, and ensuring that those videos cascade down to people who need them, understand them, in order for us to ensure that we bring them on par mentally to what we're talking about today. Ensure that everybody lives a life that is worthy and population is also free in Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you. God bless you. Number 6 this way.
Good afternoon. My name is Iremia Salumi, active chairman, National Youth Council, FCT chapter. I'm standing on behalf of the National Youth Council, FCT chapter, and to assure you that once we get back home, they're going to
you will come and use and do it.
meet with our
I can't
various
do this now.
leaders of the system in order for us to give awareness and to educate our business. Thank you.
Thank you. The last one, a brother from Plain Foundation.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, all. On behalf of Plain, we already doing things around anti-corruption. But I think this particular concept of uniting with the young people, we are committing to amplify that. So we'll be working with our partners to host virtual sessions where you actually get the young people more. Do a Twitter space where we can get young people to also share more of their ideas and also pass the message that we have gathered from this particular forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we give a big hand to all those who have made commitments? Okay, is here? No, Yemi. Oh yeah, the microphone is yours now.
Yes, in addition to what my colleague from Plain has said, I'm from Connected Edges Africa. We are in 9 countries. We want to also ensure that we bring young people from other countries to join the virtual meeting. And I want to add by saying, if we can make it once in a month, so that all of us will join, and it will be a time to give feedback from the field work. We have all given statement of commitment. So maybe for 30 minutes every month, then it will be documented and the link can be sent to ANEEJ and other relevant partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So mine is to now give a vote of thanks to everyone in the room, particularly all our special guests to this event, Chair of Code of Conduct Bureau, Chair of ICPC, our guest speaker for today, is of course the Executive Director of ANEEJ. We also like to appreciate our young people from across the 6 geopolitical zones of this country. We have invited people from all parts of this country into this meeting room. I'm sure if there was anywhere else in this country that we're having any anti-corruption day event, ours will be almost at par with whatever they are doing over there. But again, even as they are also doing their own activities and we are doing ours, we are all united, we are all connected. And we'll continue to work together to advance these issues even after today, just as we have made some commitments. So in particular, I'd like to thank the young students, young people, young youthful organizations that are part of this meeting. We say thank you, a big thank you to you for creating time out of your busy schedules to join us here to have this day properly marked. I will say thank you to you. I also like to thank the technical crew. I know that they've been working under duress to make sure that they deliver their own side of this meeting. I say a big thank you to our technical team. We also thank our admin staff, led by the admin manager of ANEEJ. Thank you for managing us very well today. We had very good tea. I'm also sure that you also have very good lunch. That will be devoid of any incoherence and corruption. And everything will work well, everything will sail smoothly, nicely. And we also like to thank the hotel staff that have also provided some internet support for us. They have done very well. And is there anyone I'm leaving behind? Okay, the compare for today. That's Appear, my colleague. Let us give him a big hand. He did a fantastic job. Mr. Al, thank you so very much. And of course, everyone of us from ANEEJ that have also supported the secretariat to do fantastic work. Thank you all. And of course, we'd like to thank our audience that are online. We thank the Bread for the World woman that spoke to us earlier today. All of you at online, you made us proud today. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being with us. all through, even up to 3 p.m. They were still online since morning. We say thank you to you. On this note, I'd like to bring this meeting to a close. Thank you all. Wish you all journey messages back to your greater destination. And I will hope again to continue to connect on this work we do around anti-corruption and social protection. Thank you. Johnny messages. May God bless you all.
99. Give me your number. Let me. Your seat. Yeah. Your seat now. Okay. Those online, thank you very much.
Okay, for the lunch, we are told that you should just exercise some patience. Maybe like 2 minutes. They're waiting for the chefs to come around. They will be supporting in dishing the lunch. Just a little patience, please. 1 minute, 2 minutes, they will be here with us. The lunch.
Okay, online participants, thank you so much. We appreciate your time with us today. The meeting has come to a close. Thank you. I trust every one of you have filled the attendance sheet. If you have not, kindly see the attendance form so that we'll get this.
There's a suggestion that if you take the pledge from the national anthem, let us all stand. Let us take the pledge before the lunch will be finalized. The chef, we're only waiting for the chef. The lunch is ready. We're only waiting for the chef to come and serve.
Or do we take stanza?
Also told that for all those who
nobody knows
you should also meet them up. If you have not done so, meet them up for you to also sign your transport claims before leaving the hall. You can use this time to do that as well. So the pledge.
I pledge to Nigeria,
country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest. Serve Nigeria with all strength, bear unity, hold honor and glory, so help me God. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, those online. Thank you so much. Thank you, Abdul. Thank you, Endurance. Thank you, Blessed. Thank you, Shinaza. Thank you, Casey. Thank you, Mr. Boko. Thank you so much.
Thank them about
You have a great day.
Mind them about the attendance.